Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by LS, and we have the final match of round one on the table here today. And look, it could be a... I almost said it. It's not going to be a close one.
It's going to be a close one.
Is it?
Yeah, it's going to be, yeah. I mean, DRX's champions are going to be very close to their opponents.
Okay.
During the gameplay. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, looking forward to that. This is going to be Hummer Life versus DRX that we are talking about. This is literally top of the table versus bottom of the table. It is not likely to be close, but we'll see. We'll see whether this Griffin v. Griffin matchup is going to work out maybe in Hummer Life's favor. Maybe they have something that DRX don't, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. DRX took the coach, though, so...
A lot of losses.
Yeah, they do have far more of those.
Not a lot of wins.
That is very true. And apparently in solo queue, Lehens and Doran had a bit of an exchange, and some fighting words were spoken.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. They were like arguing about who took first Drake or something like that. They're like, you take it. No, you take it. No, you should do it. And then they apparently like said, well, we'll figure this out on the Rift on Friday. So... I don't know. I don't know, man. It's not likely that Lens is going to be off on the right end of that particular quarrel, but let's have a look at the points of the match and see whether they're going to be a little bit more optimistic than us. An ill-fated final match. Well, it started well.
Yeah, Hummer Life ends up winless with a L today. In first place, Dragon Axe is looking to grasp their 8th win of the season. Hummer Life desperate for their first win. Can they wake up and perform a miraculous upset by taking down DRX? I actually think them beating DRX here would be in the same exact caliber as 100 Thieves beating Cloud9, which ended up happening. So,
look, crazier things have happened. Yeah,
it's impossible. As Bot Duo's prides are on the line, 2019 CV Max's Viper Lehens versus 20 CV Max's Deft and Kyria. And let's find out who will beat those breaks off. Duran taunted Lehens, and Solar Rank will unleash his excitation mode today?
Excitation mode. That's, well, I mean, it's a word. Whether it's used correctly in this particular instance is a little bit beyond me, to be perfectly honest. But
I'm American. Give me a second. Hold on.
Maybe it's not in your dictionary. I'm not entirely sure. It's definitely not in the Australian one, because it doesn't have, like, cobber or mate in there or anything like that.
It is a word.
I mean, excitation is a word. What is it? What's the actual definition?
The process in which an atom or other particles adopts a higher energy state when energy is supplied.
Oh yeah, but it's getting excited.
Definition 2, the state of enhanced activity or potential activity of a cell, organism, or tissue that results from its stimulation. Definition 3, the process of applying current to the winding of an electromagnetic to reduce the magnetic field. Definition 6, the action or state of being excited. Nice, so.
Right, so the last one is probably more where we were aimed towards, because I don't know whether this is necessarily a physics or chemistry test that we are doing right now. It might seem pretty difficult, though, for a team like Hummer Life at this particular instance, because the reason why we're not talking about the stats is because they're real depressing, to be perfectly honest. Hummer Life certainly not finding themselves too much success. They did look a little bit better when they moved away from Dudu and Cad, and they have continued down that path as we're going to have a look at the starting rosters. Lehens and Viper, of course, towards the bottom side of the map, but Miro retains his spot in the mid lane. Lava nowhere to be seen here at the beginning of the day, and Haru and Cube stay in on the top side, former Gen G alumni, but they did have a pretty weak start to the season. And we'll see whether they can push their performance further forward. I do like that Hummer have gone back to more veteran status, and certainly players that they've been playing more often. Still not getting the results yet. And this is a team that has been able to get them. Gen G being their only opponent that was actually able to take them down. Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and Carrier. And Carrier's been... He had a phenomenal start to Summer, but... has since not been as amazing and has paved the way for Chovy to be the true carry of this team.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if you checked out on Twitter, I've already voted for player of the game.
No, I did. I saw that.
So,
that's in fact right in front of us.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to miss. We are still going to be comparing good old Lehens and Carrier this time around, though, because of course Lehens feels a little bit like he's in Elo Hell at the moment. his experience, I mean, he's still been good. Viper and Lehens have been good this season, but
yes,
haven't really had the rest of the team to back them up.
I think that Lehens coming into Summer, though, is looking a little bit weaker than he did inside of Spring, and you have to wonder if the practice environment and all the losses and just the continual downfall of the team is really starting to get to him, and that's one of the scariest things for elite level players, is their ability to continue on amidst all of that. So Keria on the right side, I think people would imagine would have the leg up in the matchup, especially coming into today. These two were touted as basically being the best supports.
Yeah.
In Spring, they were an entire tier above the rest.
And now Lehens has kind of lost his spot to Beryl a little bit, who we will be seeing later on today. And based on where we are at this particular week, I think Beryl's almost fighting for that top spot because Keria hasn't been finding the success that he had at the beginning of the season. So looking forward to seeing whether Keria can get back on track. I know our friend Valdez also very excited to see Keria performing because he is a super fan of that particular player. I'm a bit of a fan of the alpaca next to him, as Deft will be taken to the Rift here as well. And we'll see whether he's going to be having a better one, because it's been a bit up and down so far this season. It's Deft giveth, Deft taketh away a little bit, which is something that you've been used to probably since about 2018, where he goes on his random missions and gets himself caught out of position and has some team fights where things don't really work, and then also pops off on Ezreal and hard carries a game by himself. So we'll see which version of Deft we're going to get here today.
And I'm curious how DRX is going to approach the drafts. They are one of the most sinful teams in the LCK, so we'll see what kind of thing they're going to actually do here. They are on red side. We're still on patch 10.13. It's going to be a while.
I know, it certainly does feel like it's taking its time. I do like that we've seen a bit of the Cogmore, though. How did you feel about good old Aiming's Cogmore yesterday? Were you a fan? Saw it recently in the OPL as well.
Yeah, I really do like AP Cogmore, and I hope that we do get to see it more, because I think it's very underappreciated. It makes Cogmore pickable at earlier stages in the draft, too, given that it can play AP from both mid and bot lane, and it plays on hit from bot lane. So there's a lot more flexibility. Unfortunately, Cogmore jungle is not a thing that can exist anymore, but once upon a time.
One day he'll be back. As Volibear going to be the first ban on red side here, as the Varus was banned on blue, interestingly enough. Taking center away from Deft as well is another smart idea. DRX have shown that they can either funnel, they can farm, and the center has been working out. Twisted Fate, understandable red side ban here as well, as Set seems to be banned all the time for some reason, and is going to continue to do so here as well. One more ban to come out of DRX. We'll see what it is going to be. Ezreal sort of standing out. Kalista also there. Maybe they'll head somewhere else. Karma still available. And hey, this is the LCK, so Trundle might be banned. But no, it's going to be Kalista.
And this means that Ezreal and Aphelios are both open.
You would assume Ezreal first pick.
Yep. Ezreal B1 is pretty good. I was doing a lot of, well, I was doing some simulations on stream of Ezreal B1 versus Karma B1. And we'll see, because Karma has gotten through, so we'll see actually if DRX does manage to pick it up. They do have some nuance.
I'd love to see something like Ashe Karma, just because then you can hold on to a triple flex with the Karma for a really long time, because that lane is so dominant. Doesn't necessarily have to be Ashe, though. She's just been performing pretty well internationally and here in Korea.
This is where some of the variations comes in, where B1 Ezreal shows less than Karma with her initial pairing, and the reason for that is because Ezreal, he can go against all of Karma's archetypes, where Karma has to show her hand faster than Ezreal does.
Got it.
With his pairing teammates. So B2, B3 for Ezreal can now just respond to the R2 of DRX, and they can try to layer it out that way, in which case Ezreal would give you more options, at least until you go into the second ban phase. So,
and you can go Bard Zoe pretty comfortably here as well if they would like to, but also a pretty standard pickup would be a Lee Sin at this point in time. Mirror and Hummerlife just in general have put a lot of priority on this Galio, and they will once again be picking that one up. that's a Yuumi.
Yeah, Yuumi is being hovered. And remember, Yuumi got hit very hard.
She did.
With the changes.
I was expecting a jungle pick here from Kyoshik, but no, it will be Yuumi locked in against Lehens.
Yeah, this is very surprising.
And it's the bullet hell lane, right?
Yeah.
So like Lucian Yuumi has been, like when Yuumi was first released, this was the most successful lane that she was in.
Yeah.
But it's a very different iteration of the champion.
And now, I mean, DRX, they're going to be all in. They're going to be hard engaged into Hanwha Life. There's no real pivoting away from this for DRX. So if you're Hanwha Life, you just dial back. You choose champions that are very good at disrupting the frontline and mid-rangey engage that DRX is going to go for. Camille already haven't been banned away, but if you're Hanwha Life, you're not thinking about picking Camille into these 3 champions, I wouldn't imagine.
Well, Silas banned away here. That's been something that we've seen a lot into something like a Kennen as Rek'Sai, the priority ban. That means that DRX definitely looking for Lee Sin, which I'm not sure whether I'm a huge fan of, because in this composition, Olaf fits really well.
Yeah, Olaf at this point with Karma and Yuumi. It's one of the few times I'll say, you know what?
Right?
Like,
but Jace going to be banned here, and look, it's happening, and we knew it was happening, but it doesn't mean we have to be happy about it happening. Okay? So it's fine. Just we'll stay on the desk. We'll try to ignore it, and hopefully everything will be okay. The Olaf was picked up by Hanwha Life. Not exactly the greatest of positions for him to come out here, but the Kennen was also a projected pickup with that Silas ban, and that one will be picked up here by Cube.
and Hanwha Life, I mean, they're drafting in a way that DRX really enjoys. Karma's going to be able to shut down the Galio and Kennen and the Olaf to great effect in the later stages. And now because Hanwha Life were the ones that pivoted into this really wonky kind of engage that they don't have the firepower to chew through Yuumi and Karma. In the later stages, things get very, very awkward now. So they have Bard set up with Slicing Maelstrom and Galio Ultimate, but outside of that, it's just going to be very difficult. And I really love the R5 Corki here because he can Valkyrie backwards, he can peel, they can concave very well, and that's going to disrupt Hanwha Life's team composition a great deal and cause a whole lot of problems. So DRX, they start out sinning a lot.
Yeah.
And then Hanwha Life, they get a little bit excited. They're like, oh, we want to sin too. Corki comes in, saves the day for DRX. So just feels like it's going to be very rough for Hanwha Life to try to figure out some way to win this.
Yeah, it's also really, really hard when a Corki basically gets gifted lane priority. I mean, this is what happens when you counterpick for Chovy, but the Galio isn't able to offer too much when it comes to, you know, early aggression in a lane, and it means that Corki will be able to utilize his range advantage a lot more than he can in other matchups, right? So should be that DRX will be able to control mid lane, and from that point, be able to get Kyoshik around this map pretty comfortably to cause a ruckus in the early game. I also feel like late game is going to be really scary from DRX just because Corki scales so well, and Yuumi can augment everyone into being basically a CC powerhouse, does extra damage, catch potential's really high, and then you include Karma and Lee Sin on top of that, and you've really got yourself some trouble, especially when it comes to getting picks in that mid game. So DRX have got themselves a pretty balanced composition, certainly looking a bit squishy from the outset, but I think is going to be a little bit better than you may have initially assumed. Hanwha Life with definitely a pile-in composition, which is sort of like let Viper deal with things by himself, hope that Lehens lands a decent ultimate, and then get Slicing Maelstrom with a heroic entrance on top of it. It certainly will take a little bit more control and finesse to make it work in some of these fights, whereas DRX just get to play DRX style.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be a little bit frightening for Hanwha Life, because DRX's style has been winning. That's been what they've been doing. And I think I told a lie before, by the way. I think I said that DRX lost to Gen G. They didn't. They lost to KT.
KT.
That's the only team
Yep.
that they fell down to. So I apologize, everyone. It was Deft throwing a bone to his former team. Not bad.
Perfect.
Don't want to have a perfect
Perfect.
first round run,
Yeah.
okay? You got to make sure you lose one game. So Deft making sure that he gives it to a former squad that he was on.
And Deft getting a little bit excited in that brush over there. He's very happy. Yumi also getting a workout in on the right-hand side.
Yep, like it a lot.
I really like these Yumi colors as well on the skin.
It's a shame that we don't get to see her more often,
Yep.
isn't it?
True.
Something that I never thought I'd ever say.
What is this Corki skin? Looks like a
It's a chroma, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
just Corgi
oh.
Corky chroma.
looks like a Siberian Husky.
Yeah, a little
You know,
bit.
it looks like Balto.
Oh my god, I love that movie.
Yeah, we're calling that Balto. That's not Corki anymore.
That's beautiful. I'm totally down. We've also got a white cat as well,
Mm-hmm.
and we're calling that Dongcho, because that's the name of my cat.
Okay. I can't pronounce that very
If you
well.
can't pronounce it, it's fine. Use Changy.
What?
That's his nickname. His nickname's Changy.
Perfect.
It's totally fine.
Well, Karma. We see our win rates here. 4 wins by Rascal, 2 by Doron, 1 by Summit.
She's pretty good in the top
Yeah.
lane, is what
You have
this
no
stat is
losses?
basically telling us. I think she's 100% win rate so far. We do have Doran taking Airy this time around, though, so not quite as comfortable. Not wanting to take the Grasp of the Undying in a range versus range matchup, which I guess you could understand.
The Airy is also going to scale a little bit better against Hollow Life's team comp because the Airy can be applied to teammates, give them over the shield.
Yeah, true.
And all that they have to do is really survive the burst. So even though Lucian, Karma, Yumi, Corki, Lee Sin, they're all very squishy targets, they're not tanky at all, there's so much EHP granted by Yumi and Karma. And I mean, as everything's going right now, things are pretty fine. It's very difficult for Olaf to coordinate a gank in almost any of these lanes. It's kind of a nightmare. I mean, Lee Sin doesn't really have a purpose either outside of
Oh, wow.
vacuum 1v1.
That Q's going to do a lot of damage, but Haru does have the passive. Chovy going to move on over, and first blood goes to Haru. Don't know whether you wanted to take that fight, my friend, as Chovy's going to get flashed on. Immediate flash out as Chovy surviving for so long. The power of Yumi, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end. DRX pull ahead by about 100 gold for a few moments.
Yeah.
Saved by the bottom lane.
And Miru, I mean, he's going to end up coming in to teleport right here in mid lane. Corky's just going to CS the last of it. Not going to be able to do anything else. Crosshair's bomb goes out. Little squeaky toy. Now he's going to go back. And it looks like he's going to channel his recall, but that's in the spot where I think he anticipates that he's going to get canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can see Lahens and Viper, they're trying to shove in the wave, but Lucian and Yumi's back, so now it's on them to recall. So Chovy's actually staying inside of the lane. He has 25 onto his call already. Just continuing to farm up. We'll see what his first item's going to be. Obviously, Pioshik, a little bit questionable. But nonetheless, I mean, DRX comes out ahead in the summoner department. Now, Olaf's lifesteal really can't be understated. Even though Haru second guesses himself for a little bit, he still ends up getting the kill. And Chovy manages to flash back in, makes it to Yumi.
Yeah, Deft's heal, and then the zoomies come out. And that is just a little bit too much. Actually, no, it's Carrier's heal. As he is, of course, Yumi, so he's going to take that in that lane. And it does mean that they get to run triple teleport as well in this composition. Which does get them around this map a lot more comfortably. Deft currently 1-0 on the Lucian thus far this season, I believe.
We'll see what else ends up happening here inside of this game. It's going to be Pickaxe picked up first on Corki, so not going to go for the tier as he tries to power into Monomune. As Gatling Gun comes out, a lot of damage onto the Galio. He has more than enough sustain, so he can just take these trades. Cube is under quite a lot of pressure. Now, the other thing is with the Ezreal and the Bard, and with the Galio in mid lane, it's a little bit awkward for Olaf to just freely do the Dragon. You can see that he's on the right-hand side of the map, but so is Pioshik, and Chovy can almost just get priority on a moment's notice. Lucian and Yumi can't really move for this right now. Haru's going to check the Blast Plant. Doesn't actually check on the Gromp.
Interesting. Kyoshik probably knows that this is happening, especially with Lehens cheating upwards.
Yeah.
Nero is going to be moving on down, but they've got control vision everywhere around this bottom side river, so it should mean that this Ocean Drake is very comfortably given over to Hanwha, and Lehens is going to come good on his promise to Doran this time around. He's the one that's going to be able to grab that first Drake. Doran, of course, with a lot less ability to actually get down there and affect that situation. But I think like one of the main things that came out of that initial skirmish was the fact that Haru does have a pretty decent advantage over Kyoshik. He hit level 5 much earlier, will hit level 6 before the Lee Sin does, and is currently a few camps ahead as well, as he's going to finish clearing out his jungle. And we'll probably look for that next back. See whether Kyoshik can try and find his way back into this matchup.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, Chovy sitting very comfortable against Miru. He's up 9 CS right now. Also, that call is almost completed. It's almost 70% of the way there. 61% actually.
Which is a kill, so when we're calculating the player of the game vote, we need to add an extra kill to the Corki.
Right.
So when that is cashed in, that's 1-0-1.
Towards the end of the game, I'm going to have to take a dip over to the Korean caster desk. I'm gonna have to
Okay. Yeah. No, I think you need to sign some forms.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to make sure that we're really
Yeah. I understand.
getting everything right.
And at the same time, I'm gonna have to go to the observers.
True.
And also do that.
Yeah, you're gonna need to get to that room. We really can't have.
No, we can't.
We need to have unanimous vote.
There's Viper. He's going to get exhausted. Oh, piercing light, but Deft is looking for the culling now. Flash out from Viper. Not actually trusting Lehens to body block it or to have enough HP to actually block it successfully. As DRX, they rain bullet hell down on Hanwha Life Esports. And Viper will be able to teleport back to the lane.
Yeah, he's going to TP back in. Lehens didn't have flash. And so if he takes a lot of damage, Lucian can just or Carrier can activate heal. They can then pick up the kill onto Lehens. Viper is down a little bit in the CS department, still hasn't lost a turret plate yet, so it's not the end of the world, at least in that regard. Mountain Dragon coming up first is pretty valuable for both of these team compositions. Obviously, DRX wants as many resistances as they possibly can get. Kyoshik is going to start up on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, bit of a rotation over here from Deft and Carrier as well. So will be DRX locking this one down.
Ezreal already got about 100 gold plus the XP, so that's going to invalidate the Herald just in a vacuum because they're rotating the bot lane to do it. But now they're going to initiate lane swap.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Doran teleporting towards the bottom side to pick up that wave most likely. Not even going to teleport, he's just going to wander on down there. There's a decent minion wave, and it's parked right underneath that turret, just outside of turret range. So minion wave doing okay things here, as that cannon should be able to soak up a fair bit of this. As the Karma makes his way down. Okay, Chovy, yet again, clearing out minions. 9 on the cull.
Yeah. And we'll see what else is going to end up happening inside of this game. As Deft and Carrier, they're trying to pile up a lot of waves, but I mean, Lee Sin's not pathing up here, so I don't know what the delay is, because now they have to stick around. They can't recall because the wave's location.
Yeah.
So I don't know why Deft's being so reserved with his monopool. Not really achieving anything. Does get a big trade off on Cuvee, so Cuvee apparently allergic to spacing is what's going on here.
Well, Lehens to clear out some control vision. That's going to cause Deft to move on back. Does have a slight advantage. In fact, everyone does outside of the top side of the map. And I think it has a lot to do with Doran having to move towards that bottom lane. And we're going to switch everyone back. So, 57 seconds until that Mountain Drake is up. And so smart of DRX to move the most people there towards that bottom side so they can try and challenge for this second Dragon. I think a lot of teams have been giving up second Drakes way too much here in the LCK. So hopefully DRX are not going to make the same mistake, because they are currently leading in the LCK and should be setting a good example to our other teams.
Well, teleport is available on Karma. Doran is going to pick up all of these minions. Kennen is just slightly ahead of her right now in EXP. Doran's ahead probably, because Kennen's going to miss some of this XP, and he's only about 1 minion deep into level 9. So
Ooh, also there is a Rift Herald.
Yeah.
DRX.
And I like what Cuve's doing. He knows that he has to concede the top wave in order to be relevant at this dragon fight. And so he's just immediately moving over. We don't see top laners actually do this enough. Teleport coming down, Valkyrie.
Yeah, package actually has to be used.
Yeah.
There's Chovy. We'll see whether he can find the poke. As there's the Rift Herald to be thrown down towards the top lane. And this Mountain Drake has been picked up. Teleport available from the Karma. Pyoshik in the area will be able to safeguard to Deft here, so it will be a 50-50.
This should be actually a very good fight for DRX.
Yeah, a lot of poke damage already coming down here as it is going to be the Mountain Drake secured. Oh, the double golden, but it's going to nullify Cuve's ultimate. Oh dear, that is called anti-synergy between Lehens and Cuve. And they are going to lose their cannon. Not too much more though. Still, this is bad news. Infernal Drake now going to be coming up, and that's going to be our soul for this game also.
Yeah.
And that screams DRX.
And so, things are looking very bad for Hololive right now. They're down 2,000 gold. And it just really does not appear as though anything in this game is going to be going very well for them. They also had Galio and Kennen both commit to the Proto Belt super early. And so that's going to be a thing to take notice of later on in the game, as long as we consider scaling. And when we take a look at the replay, Karma, the thing that she's able to do in these fights is when the concave is the way that it is, her mantra shield for all of her teammates, it basically invalidates Hanwha Life's raw hard-on engage. And so when resistances start coming in too, Chovy has the shield right there, Yuumi also with Lucian. Now, they get locked up, Tether comes in, and the threat of Karma, I mean, this concave, it's not easy for Hanwha Life to fight against, and Ezreal hates his teammates. So, oh,
Chovy taking a bit of damage here. He's going to flash out of the way of Haru. Yeah. And I guess I misspoke when I said that it was sort of anti-synergy between Lehens and Cuve. It was more anti-synergy between Lehens and Miru because he gets the taunt down and then can't really do anything else because he's golden. The rest of DRX just get to stand there, wait, and then they're able to win the fight in the end as Deft going to avoid the Tempered Fate with a decent Relentless Pursuit. His Bled the Ruin King is completed. But Chovy very close to his Trinity Force.
Yeah.
Real scary as Miru looking for this fight towards the bottom side. The culling, bit of a fadeaway there from Deft as Magical Journey. Taken by Hanwha Life, and Deft just continuing to try and get damage down. This is one of his most aggressive picks in the Lucian, and he's demonstrating exactly that here in this mid-game as DRX are looking to continue this snowball moving forward.
And at this point, Doran up here in top lane, gonna look for a kill here onto Cuve. Let's see if they can manage to do it. Well, that's not the cleanest execution, but they're still gonna get it in the end. Pyoshik, Triumph, comes in, Doran.
Whoa.
Wow, that was very strange, yeah. Oh,
True Shot Barrage.
Can I get a double kill?
Oh, close. Karma is a thing. Never mind. Okay, DRX are going to be able to move their way back. So they take down that turret. Haru's going to start off this blue buff, and we'll be able to give that one over to Miru. But they are just bleeding gold, man.
Yeah. I mean, so they come in here, Dragon Kick to open it up into the queue by Pyoshik. Triumph comes in, and Doran, yeah, I think he was surprised himself that he had aggro. That was very strange for him.
Yeah. But, like, walked back and got confused. That's fine.
And I feel like Kennen is going to build Oblivion Orb and then go into Morello. And I guess at this point, Kennen's going to be primarily useless regardless because of Karma is going to be so good at invalidating him. So the most he can hope for is to pray for 5-man slicing Maelstrom and applications of Grievous Wounds to targets.
And just pray that Karma isn't in the fight.
Yeah.
To nullify it entirely.
And, you know, I'm so surprised Ardent Sensor isn't being built, because when you have Athene's on Holy Grail, Ardent Sensor is 2,300 gold for 90 AP, 8% movement speed, and that amp for Lee Sin, Corki, and Lucian. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the synergy with the Athenes is just
it's such a
strong.
Broken, oppressive item completion. It's not much more expensive, the combo of the two, than going Death Cap and then getting something else, which is obscene when you think about it.
Yeah.
So, little confusing on the itemization out of Doran. He's going for more, well, He's going for more AP and control for himself rather than just investing the shields and utility in his teammates, which would convert to more value than a self-investment, especially with these champions.
Yeah, right. And Carey is going to be doing the same thing. So maybe Doran has this idea that perhaps he doesn't need it. Or maybe he just wants a Lost Chapter first and can sit on that as Cuvee, looking for a flank onto Deft and Carrier here. Does use the ultimate. There's another exhaust. Deft hasn't taken any damage yet by the looks of things. And that was an engagement with as many ultimates as they could find. Flash out of Haru also invested double teleports. And they get about 200 damage on Illusion.
Yeah, and it's really rough when your champions don't deal damage. The other thing is that Ezreal is hybrid. And so Kennen, Galio, Bard, Ezreal, they're all dealing some magic. So resistances are...
All right, Haru is just dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Real dead.
Yeah, Olaf dying is it's nice.
Whoa. I mean, that package was well and truly delivered.
Yeah, it
by
really
Chovy.
was, honestly. It was like next day delivery, but it shows up same day because it's Chovy.
Right. And Chovy going to go a bit gold here. This Carrier pops out for a second.
Yeah.
Good Q there from Viper, but they're still going to lose their turret, lose the Drake. Possibly take some chip damage in the mid lane, and just ultimately fall behind. As Trinity Force done for the Corki. DRX fighting around that power spike really nicely. There's vision here for Hanwha Life, but they can watch the dragon go down. They can't do anything about it. And this is just feeling a little bit unfortunate for our 10th place team here in the LCK. Not really figuring it out just yet.
Well,
Chovy though, 2-0 and 1. So I think we're on the way. I think that vote's looking good at this point in time. Unless we feel like Carrier's nerfed Yuumi is just too good.
no, it's not. It's really not.
Okay. Just double checking.
You know what they say, right?
I needed to throw that one out for Valdez.
This one's gonna upset you, but dogs are better than cats.
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, like this is where the whole turnaround comes in. I was a dog person for like the entirety of my life.
We'll take a look at the dog and cat.
Yeah.
Collapsing onto the
yeah, well, I
angry
mean, there we
Viking.
go. I mean, this is a cat-dog comp anyway, so I don't even know why we're pulling hairs here.
Exactly.
Doesn't even matter.
Not a big deal.
Totally fine.
Well, we got 3.5 minutes until the next Infernal Soul. This is basically just waiting for Hanwha Life to make a horrible decision in regards to a team fight and then lose from there. Luden's was picked up on Karma, so that's an offensive stat. Black Cleaver on Lee Sin.
Final chapter comes down as the Culling's there, and Deft is able to take down Lahan's very comfortably. No magical journey to be taken here today. As DRX just having fun here in this mid game. They have certainly ridden this snowball very effectively. Shirley's going to pop down in this mid lane, and they'll be able to take down this turret. Possibly even the inner, because yeah, Shirley's not even going to bump her head into that outer turret.
And seems like, another charge. You're going to be able to raise the mid tier 2 turret here as well.
Yep, Pioshik with a cat, feeling pretty frisky.
Yep.
Finds a Q on a Cuvee, but otherwise isn't going to do too much as the charge is going to be nullified with that Tempered Fate. But now it's not going to be utilized in this next fight. Cosmic Binding's good. Still looking to take at least half the health bar of this turret, and they still might be able to seize this. My God. And the shields are insane, LS. Like, Deft, I think, tanked the turret for half of that time, and it didn't even seem to matter.
Karma is not a balanced champion. Very, very good. And glad to see her come out here yet again. She's going to get her 8th victory in top lane. She has no losses right now in LCK. And the power of her as well, and it's why it's so bewildering as to why she's not being seen as much in other regions, is she can go top mid, AD carry, and support.
Yep.
And she has 3 different archetypes that she can go into as a champion. So there's just so much power.
And makes such good use of so many different items.
Yes.
It's crazy. And I think that's what you mean by the whole archetype explanation. You're right. I think Karma is just real busted.
Well, Miru is just shoving in the bot wave. We can see total damage. Dell, yeah, it's not a good look, honestly, not a good look. And you'll notice that Chovy with the 8.3k leading the game right now.
Wow, that's really impressive.
Yeah,
I want you to notice that the two solo laners haven't done as much damage as Carrier. The two solo laners on Humble Life combined have done less damage than Yuumi.
Correct.
Let that sink in.
Correct, Dallas. Thank you.
I think we should just give that a moment to breathe.
Honestly, yeah.
That's a stat right there.
So,
that's one hell of a stat.
Correct.
Oh, God. 7,000 gold, the lead here for DRX. 54 seconds on the Infernal Drake. We'll see whether they just meander on down there, collect themselves a soul point. Deft and Carrier back here in this lane. Rapid fire cannon completed here for Chovy for his third item spike. Wait. Corki has 4 item spikes with, like, by the time he's got to 3 items with this particular build, because you get Manamune spike, and then Muramana spike, and Trinity Force spike, and Rapid Fire Cannon spike, and then the Infinity Edge spike. My goodness, he's so spiky. Well, for such an adorable and quite soft and fluffy skin, it's very spiky.
True. I like it.
Yeah.
I like your analysis of that situation.
I think it's all we can really talk about here, because otherwise we're talking about Humble Life getting completely bored.
All right, if you want some action to happen.
Oh yeah, which kind of ice cream?
Exactly. Now, don't utilize vanilla right away.
No, I'm not.
Don't try to use and abuse it. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Because this happens.
All right, see? Yeah, and then Deft is going to get too excited as the culling lands. Able to walk himself out the back, as there's the slicing maelstrom they were looking for. Deft just healing himself back up, though, with the help of Carrier, who gets on in there. Pyoshik looks for more Winds of War. Does a lot of damage to the Lee Sin. As Chovy gets on in here as well, and they haven't managed to kill any members of DRX. I thought that something must have been able to happen, but in the end, nothing.
Invoked Vanilla Ice Cream.
You're the one that said it.
Try to kill DR. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you right now. I can't believe you do this to
I
Chovy.
apologize. I apologize.
They almost died there because of you.
Well, let's have a look at the replay of my mistakes. As Deft is going to chase after Lehans. Almost get that kill, and Cuvée gets the dream flank. But have a look at the balance that is Karma and Yuumi combined together. 5 people against one little Lucian.
Yep.
And they get his flash. They got his flash.
The shields just grant so much EHP. And this is why it doesn't matter that they're squishy. And the fact that Kennen and Galio, they're so combo reliant, as soon as they go on cooldown, they're useless champions. And if you look up useless in the dictionary, the photo that accompanies it is Olaf's icon. And so it's mostly only Ezreal that can try to deal sustained damage and try to chew through everything, but it's just too hard. He's not fed enough. DRX are just so far ahead in every regard.
Yeah, it's 8,000 gold, but honestly, the composition is saying a little bit more than that. QSS completed here by Deft, so he's not going to be worrying about anything. As now DRX, they can probably just chill out around the Baron and just go for some sort of fight. As Pyoshik, not going to go too aggressive here, as Deft does have the QSS, pops it right here. Fighting against Cuvée and Viper together, but that Mystic Shot isn't going to land, and Deft is going to be A-OK. The Zoomies getting back to full health basically instantly, and not going to be punished whatsoever. Doran, in the meantime, is towards the bottom side, split pushing on Karma, and Chovy's just going to start soloing down this Baron.
And it looks like Baron's going down very quickly. Double Infernal Dragon. You have Lucian with his Blade of the Ruin King as well.
Yep, double teleports to come in here on both sides of the map, as Cuvée going to be on top of it. Doesn't have Slicing Maelstrom though, it's there. Tempered Fate. Yeah, Pyoshik's in trouble. True Shot Barrage is going to lock him down. Big taunt comes out from Miru. Deft still trying to kite as the Corki will fall down. Deft grabs one of the kills, and still the Yuumi on top of that Lucian. Doran over here, and he's just going to be thrown to the wolves. And Humble Life win themselves a surprise team fight. DRX biting off a little more than they can chew.
Yeah, and so this is going to make DRX have to just be a little bit more cautious on their next attempt at the Baron. That was a very nice angle of engage. You can see Deft and Carrier, they're looking for some action at this point in time. Also, the amount of disrespect coming out of Chovy with his itemization, doesn't get a QSS, doesn't try to go with any sort of magic resistance at all. And so Galio, he comes in here, really nice 4-man taunt. As everyone just had to stop and stare.
Yeah,
They managed to chew through.
Chovy did so much damage in a very, very short period of time that honestly wasn't enough. And if Hanwha Life do manage to get their layering of CC that beautifully, I mean, this is a very squishy DRX comp if Doran's not there to have a bajillion different shields to layer across the top of everyone. So
Chovy doesn't
need to be a bit more careful.
To know what he wants to build. He had a crit cloak, and then he sold it, and now he picked up a pickaxe. So I'm not sure where...
I'm not sure either, as Chovy now going to fight Cube, grabs that kill. But now he's 1 versus 2, clears out the minion wave as best he can as Viper. He's going to come over, wants to find himself an assist. He's got a bit of kiting here, and Chovy is going to go down without giving that assist over to the Ezreal. Deft, in the meantime, is here in the mid lane, seeing what he can do as far as overextending is concerned. It might be an inhibitor here, but Haru's going to come in the nick of time. Deft is going to slink back to the jungle.
Infernal Soul is coming up in a minute, so that should be the end of the game once that does appear. However, it is DRX, so if there's an option between Baron and Infernal Soul, you know which one they're taking.
Oh god, I'm pre-tilted. As there's the final chapter. Miru, that's the wrong direction, my dude. He's going to get kicked out of his ultimate that he was trying to use to escape, and that's going to be a kill going over to Deft. Hanwha Life now to try and pick up and save their inhibitor turret here on the bottom side. 30 seconds until the Infernal Drake. And if I was DRX, I'd probably back away here, grab that Drake, and then move over to a Baron fight once I've guaranteed the Infernal Soul. As there's a teleport into the mid lane from Chovy, who has a package to deliver.
Yeah.
We'll see whose address it has on it.
Well, let's see what day delivery it has lined up for it. As Deft is going to be moving over to Dragon now. Shoved in the way. That is so many shields, by the way, when white health bars are up.
The freest of Infernal Drake's going to be taken here. And DRX may have done some homework. Since their last couple of matches, that's an Infernal Soul with Baron available. LS?
This is perfect.
This is progress right here.
Well, it should be pretty impossible for them to lose. That is really, really rude.
Look at them conga lining to their deaths. It's pretty sad, actually. A little bit more morbid than I was expecting at this stage of the day. Okay, well, Cube and Viper, they're going to do their best to clear out this mid lane. Bottom inhibitor turret didn't take too much damage, as you can see. DRX just going to park themselves around this Baron and look to start another fight.
He finally does pick up the QSS.
Caster John is yelling like a lot.
Yeah,
and I'm not entirely sure why.
Are we delayed or what is going on?
Are we commentating something else? Maybe they got bored of the game and now they're talking about something else.
I'm not sure what exactly it is that's going on.
Maybe this is the Korean cast version of the vanilla ice cream conversation?
Atlas, I don't think that you want to mention.
Yeah, I apologize.
You know
Goshik landed a Q.
When you mention vanilla ice cream.
Anxious. Very anxious. Never mind, Hanwha Life with a lot of vision around this Baron area. Goshik delivering some prowling projectiles to Viper. He gets that health back. By Lehens. Corki up here towards the top side. Outer turret is available. And you can see that DRX have that cheeky little ward inside the Baron pit, meaning that they can make interesting plays like this.
Well, seems like there's just a lot of posturing. And honestly, DRX being this reserved with this kind of an advantage is very surprising. Chovy's going to come off of a recall yet again.
This is DRX giving away a lot of vision control. And speaking of vision, Ward is going to spot out Doran and Pyoshik and Carrier there in the mid lane as Miru, I think, might just be dead as Deft looking to try and take him down, but the flash, Miru is going to be able to get out of there.
The fight ends up going in their favor. Okay.
This turret's not going to be going down too fast. There are no minions. It's very far up the lane. Because DRX, they're desperate for a fight.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure whether that's what we want to look for here as Hanwha Life clear out that wave very easily. Now DRX look to go back towards that Baron. Flash out there from Dora and has to avoid the Tempered Fate.
And did they give the blue to Yuumi? They did. And so, very nice allocation for that buff. Banshee's Veil was picked up on Galio, but honestly, I mean, it doesn't make any sense because Corki just pops it so quick. You're not ever getting value out of that. I have no idea. That's absolutely a loss to Shopkeeper. Honestly, I gotta hit up the Shopkeeper. I need to learn a thing or two.
Well, Cube, yeah, finds himself a little bit in no man's land, but Corki gonna get knocked up in the air. Flash out there from Chovy, and haha, never mind. Yuumi exists. Chovy now just gonna stand back. Not gonna get hit by that True Shot barrage. The Galio falls down. Pioshik going super aggressive. Looking for another Q and is going to proc it there. Onto Lehens. Def dashing on forward with the Ardent Blaze. Gets a bit of a movement speed buff as Viper gets over that wall with the Arcane Shift. And DRX going to start it off all over again, and this time without having to deal with any of the Harmor Life solo laners. And it should mean that this Baron's going to go down. And, you know, it's about time, LS. I think it's about DRX's time to finish this one off.
Yeah. They're probably just going to take this Baron, look for a reset together, and then there should be one final push. So, Cube coming in, flashes away, gets into Fog of War, goes for the Slicing Maelstrom. They just don't have enough damage, and Chovy just able to live there, dishes out so much. Galio goes down very, very quickly. Pioshik getting a lot of damage in, takes another Resonating Strike immediately into Safeguard, and as we come back into live, this is about to be all that she wrote. Deathcap almost complete on Karma, not going to have it for this fight. Finally, Void Staff coming in for Kennen, but it's not really going to matter. Galio's stuck on items. Ezreal, not even sure where he's going at with the build. Oh, he's going to go for Blade of the Ruin King next, but this game is definitely all she wrote.
By the way, I don't know about the Chovy vote, my dude.
What? Yes, you do. What? Come on, Atlas.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at my boy Deft. He's doing pretty good this game.
Alice, come on. What's going on?
We'll have a look at this team.
Pay attention.
The teleport
to the
is coming in. That's a big taunt. Lands onto a few members, but double QSS gets him out of the way. Cube dies as an afterthought. That is Chovy picking up that kill. Well indicated. That's a double. Are we looking for the pentakill? Could this save the player of the game vote?
Yes,
it may, just as Chovy finds the triple. Heroic entrance to deliver the quadra to the Corki as he goes golden for a moment. Of course they're going to give it to him. No, they're not.
What?
Deft is going to steal it away. Is now Viper. He's gone onto the fountain. He's not given any quadra kills or double kills over to these two members of DRX. Unless Deft has something to say about it, Nexus turret's now going to be taken low as the Karma steals that last kill, then throws herself into the void afterwards. But this is going to be the Nexus turret's taken down. DRX making fairly short work of Harmor Life. 33-minute victory here for our top dogs. I guess you can't scribble out the tick, can you? Well,
I think he was actually, genuinely, I think he was important to the early game and the Decimation overlaning phase, the initial play where Pioshik got caught. Obviously, Lucian and Yuumi do rotate to that as well. Depth was really consistent. I'm curious to see what the damage chart is.
I think it'll be a lot of Corki damage, actually.
I genuinely think that the player of the game vote should come down to Chovy and Deft.
Yeah.
And then it would be Keria, and then Doran, then Pioshik.
I think so too. I think Keria might actually steal it away as well. Because, I mean, he saved Chovy in that early game. Gave him position in the lane, allowed him to continue snowballing forward, and get to all of those many, many item spikes that the Corki does have. Harmor Life, though, you can see what they were trying to do, and it's so depressing watching Cube get in position for these amazing flanks and have them entirely nullified by one RW out of Doran. It's sad stuff. But you can see, not super excited are DRX. They know that they may have made a few whoopsies, got a little bit overexcited in that game. So we're going to have a look at the damage here. Deft and Chovy very, very close. As in the end, Viper did manage to do a bit more than the damage that was on the charts before, but it's still looking pretty miserable here when it comes to damage charts.
I'm actually curious to see who's going to win it between Deft and Chovy. I think if Keria wins it, something else is going on. People are just happy to see Yuumi again. She did come in with the save that one time behind the red buff, and obviously did play a very big part in a lot of the heals.
Yeah.
But it was mostly the two marksmen that were lighting everything up.
Yeah, it was very impressive play. I think that Deft showing that bot lane Lucian is still something that can work very effectively is really important as well to DRX, because it means they can keep flexing everything absolutely everywhere, which is really exciting to see, and we'll see whether they are going to pick it once again as we move to a game number 2. Harmalife still with a chance of picking up a win in the first round robin. We'll see whether they can do it after the break.
테렌도 돌았다.
테렌 쳤어.
괜찮고.
앞서 갈래?
힐 1초. 힐 2초. 갈려 노펠. 힐 2초 가도 돼. 봐줘. 여기 코르키 봐줘. 펜타 먹이든가. 펜타. 펜타 가자. 펜타 가자.
펜타야.
펜타.
쿠팡자.
끝나자. 괜찮아. 잡을까? 잡든가.
형 아프다고.
아니 근데 이거
봐준다 오늘.
간다?
나 테라 쿠팡 안 갖고 왔네.
나간다.
간다?
나이스. 아니 근데 펜타 안 주는 거야. 에파
허리
빨리 끝내고 싶어.
그거 봐준다.
수치로 인정.
에치가 전원쟁도 KT 가수도 KT 다 죽었습니다. 그렇죠. 왼쪽 오른쪽이 나눠져 있었는데
쉴드 있어. 가자.
나이스 끝내.
나이스.
있는 건 맞는데 그게 제일 옵션은 아니거든요. 잘 묶었거든요.
너구를 얘기하고 있습니다. 너구리가
3이 등장했어요.
플라이를 먼저 잡아냈습니다.
아니 3일이 갑자기 왜 여기 있는 거지? 3일이 여기 왜 있죠?
잡혔고요.
네, 이거도 아니죠. 아니 와!
요리의 무도. 야, 너구리 정말 아니 3일이 갑자기.
공중 싸움은 빡셀 것 같고 아니면 미드를 한번 뚫어볼까? 미드 쪽으로?
가려고 했는데 그게 그래도 저걸 쪽에서
네. 누구 없이 1대1입니다. 1대1입니다. 1대1. 그런데 빠지고요. 복도 있는데. 길까지 가 복도 한번 차내고요. 그래도 자 구호가 쫓아가면서 한명 강타 땡겨놓고. 알다. 위치가 클리드 중간에 있습니다. 저기 4명이 있을 때 여기가 본인이 끝까지 돌아요. 또 가요. 지금 다시 DRX도 그러면 위치가 들어갈 수가 있나요? 네, 이게 들어가고 싶어도 위치 마크 됐어요. 위치 마크 돼가지고 사고 꼭 트리플 클리드가 나를 노렸어? 긴장 위치 어둡다를 제대로 보여줘. 대놓고 암살차 뭐야? 피하고 스킬 피하고 그러면서 고스 무빙 그렇죠 왼쪽 오른쪽 진짜 고스 무빙이었어요. 고스 이건요 고스 있습니다. 고스 화살
아 누가 야 살았다 다 뺐.
공 못 맞췄다.
야 잠깐 내가 닦을게. 야 잡았어. 야 나이스. 어디리 다치기.
거의 다 먹었습니다. 다 먹었다. 자 이제 직결 체험을 한번 가볼까? 저거는 60부터 케넨이 지지까지 나올까요? 네. 그게 아무리 뭐가 있어야 되거든요. 엔조가 있어야죠. 이게 안 될 것 같아요. 그래도 달리자. 넘어갔습니다. 넘어갔어요 그냥. 근데 고스트가
welcome to the post-game analysis of Hanwha Life and DRX. This is Yoon-Subin, and we have Pawn and Lyra as our analysts today.
네, 오늘 1위를 지키고 싶은 DRX와
DRX trying to maintain their position in the first place versus Hanwha Life, who's desperate for their first win. Yumi has risen to the pick list in a while. So they banned DRX banned Kalista, and then Hanwha Life took Ezreal. And it's generally conventional that one team takes Ezreal and the other takes Aphelios. However, DRX opted with Lucian because it's one of the most favorite picks from Dev. Also, it's a very flex pick because it can go both top and mid lanes as well.
선수가 폰님이 말씀하시기를 원딜러로서 카운터 픽을 치는 걸 좋아한다고 들었는데
So Dev really likes to counter pick as ADCs.
괜찮은 픽이라고 생각이 듭니다. 이지리얼 쪽에서 하지만 DRX 쪽에서 유미와
for Ezreal, playing versus MF is fine. However, playing versus Lucian is much more arduous. And also, having both Lucian and Corkis, they scale very well, along with the assistance from Yumi. So, draft-wise, they set up that tactic, and then they were able to execute it pretty well.
이 선택이 틀리지 않았다는 걸 보여준 장면이 초반부터 나왔습니다.
And from the early game, DRX was able to show that their strategy was not the wrong one.
를 적게 하면 패시브 활용 때문에 좋거든요. 그래서 이게 싸우는데 이제 DRX는 바에게
when they
챙겨주려고
engage,
일부러 윗무빙을 하면서 라인을 밀고
DRX's bot lane went towards the top side to help the jungler to take the Scuttlecrack.
일방적으로 망하는 그림이었는데 이제 바드큐를
However,
플래시하면서 유미를
in terms of
주고 이런 식으로
trading HPs, DRX was on the back foot,
바드 이지리얼이 먼저 가야 되지만
but able to turn around thanks to the assistance from the bot lane.
때문에 DRX의 모든 라이너들이 준비가 돼 있었던
And DRX's laners were prepared for this skirmish.
6렙 타이밍을 보면서 경험치가 이제 한 마리 먹으면 6렙이거든요.
Here, if you get one more minion, Lucian was getting 6.
피해 나올 수도 있었고 또 여기서
And Lucian was able to shove away the bot duo HLE with Lucian ult.
깔끔하게 갈 수 있었던 그런
And this allowed the DRX jungler to go for the Rip Herald with ease.
데프트와 캐리아가 완벽하게 집 타임을 잡으면서 그 시간이
And
하필
Deft and
전령이
Carrier
떴을 때예요.
was able to recall
강한 라인전을 이용해서
safely
이렇게
due to
전령수에게
their
도움을 주는
shoving out the opposition's bot lane, and then they take the Rip Herald with ease because it overlapped with the recall timing of the bot lane as well. So it was a very brilliant play from DRX.
하지만 이후에 하나생명의 매서운 반격이
However,
나왔죠.
HLE was able to retaliate at some points of the later phase of the game.
과 루시안이 만나요.
Here, Kennen
그럼으로써
encounters Lucian.
워낙 세가지고 이때 케넨 피를 깔끔하게 뺐고,
and because Lucian is very potent at this stage, he was able to mutilate Kennen very well.
이 근거 하나로 바론 쪽으로 무빙을 해서
And DRX went for the Nasher because Kennen's ult was on cooldown.
케넨의 이제 피를 많이 빼냈고 궁극기도 없고.
So not only Kennen didn't have ult, but also was very low on HP. Therefore, their play call was going for the Nasher. However, Ezreal was able to get in range to hit the champions of DRX, along with the assistance of other champions that were able to narrow down that range, such as Galio and Bard. Also, Kennen had TP available. Therefore, this was a regrettable decision-making from DRX's end. Well, DRX was able to take the game in the end, and let's see who's the player of the game for this game 1. It is Dev.
저는 데프트
5-0-6.
캐리아일 줄 알았는데 데프트 선수가 워낙
Pawn thought that it would be either Dev or Carrier, and Dev's audacious moves really came in very handy and allowed him to not only carry the game, but also to acquire the player of the game points as well. And because they thought that it's a risky to go for the bot lane, so they actually roamed and tried to secure additional kills, which Lucian was able to do so. And Lucian was able to lure in enemy champions without dying, so that's why Lucian was able to receive this POTG. Although there were mistakes from both sides, and definitely from the champions of DRX as well, but the players of DRX was able to brush it off and get the dub. Let's see whether HLE can retaliate to get their first dub, or can DRX close it out.
Thank you so much, Brian, as per usual, for some fantastic translation of the analyst desk. And yes, we'll have to see whether dubs are going to be picked up by either team as we move into game number 2. Deft chilling here after picking up his player of the game. And we'll see whether he can get some back-to-back ones or whether the POG vote sheet that has been pre-filled out for game number 2 is going to reign supreme. It is sitting right here, pride of place on our desk.
He was robbed.
Well, absolutely. Only,
Yeah,
what, 2 votes or something?
3.
Just despicable,
Yeah, honestly.
really.
Ridiculous. You know, you have to wonder if some people even have eyes. You know?
Yeah. They need to give me back my vote. I think they need to give me back my vote so that Deft can get 6 for the next time around. No, I mean, so Trophy can try and challenge for that one. As yeah, I think DRX just, they had a better draft. They also played much better throughout the earlier stages, did do their overextension, as DRX do like to do, but it was after they'd basically guaranteed the victory with the lead that they'd built up for themselves. So Humble Life might need to go back to the drawing board, but now DRX move over to the blue side, and they've been even more successful over that side of the rift. So we'll just have to see what is going to happen here.
We'll see indeed how this is going to go. DRX now on the blue side. I'd like to see them try to get their hands on the B1 Karma again, or alternatively pick up the B1 Ezreal for themselves. I don't know if I really... Okay, well, you know what?
Not going to be the Ezreal. Yep.
Yeah, not going to be the Karma either. It's getting banned right after.
Is it?
Yeah.
On the blue side?
No, by Hanwha.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, hopefully it's not going to be banned by DRX right here. They could ban Volibear or something like that instead. Wouldn't mind that one. They did ban that in game number 1. It was Volibear, TF, and Kalista banned by DRX. Varus, Senna, and Set were taken off the board by Harmful Life. There's a Pantheon ban.
Yeah, that one's very surprising. Okay, Varus is banned away by Harmful Life instead.
Not going to be all that many bottom lane picks left available. As you can imagine, you know, DRX probably happy to dig into the past to grab something for Deft. After you've been playing for, what, 100 years in the LCK, or at least for 100% of the time that the LCK has been running, Deft certainly has a pretty expansive champion pool. Yes. As Set going to be the final ban here for DRX. And Humble Life, we'll see whether they continue having a look bottom lane for these priority picks, as Senna is going to be taken away. So Karma first pick can come in, and then DRX can pair it with whatever they want, honestly.
I'd be very surprised if it's not a B1 Karma.
Yeah.
And no, it's going to be a Volibear hover.
Okay, the bear is picked up.
Yep.
Oh, but then Karma Ash feels really, really good here for Harmful Life.
Karma now being hovered by Hanwha Life, and if that ends up top lane, it might very well be the first loss for top Karma.
Well, that's the Aphelios.
Yep.
So first loss for top Karma could be coming in, you're exactly right, but this could also be the bottom lane. For Viper and Lehens, would certainly allow the Aphelios to have a little bit of a better time in the early game, theoretically, but it is going to be the bottom lane face-up if that's the case, and DRX will be able to draft accordingly. There's the Ashe that we were talking about. This is something that has been picked into the Aphelios many times. You best believe that Viper's already switched over to Cleanse.
Azir now coming in. Yeah, another champion. Just outrange him, control him. It's pretty much all that you really need to do, and then you make Aphelios feel very out of place. And Hanwha Life, we'll see how they try to deal with this, if that is indeed the Azir. And it will be. So 2 champions right now that are really threatening and pressuring Aphelios inside of the laning phase, and Hanwha Life just keep drafting head first into the Ashe and Azir now.
Certainly not fun into the Azir. You could imagine into Ashe makes you feel okay, being able to avoid a lot of that CC using the Ragnarok, and you do at least have Karma. But you're right. Not too sure. Feels like Olaf is just a worse version of Volibear in this particular instance.
They're banning away Tahm Kench to take away the neutralizing bot lane. Now, the one thing that Hanwha Life has going for them in theory is that they can get counterpick mid and they can retain counterpick support via the Karma. And so, because of that, and also I guess you have Karma Flex mid too, they're in a somewhat okay position to reliably keep fighting for souls. But we'll see if they manage to actually pull it all the way through. The Mordekaiser ban is not sure. It's one of those like fighting game things where they see the Olaf and they're like, ah yes.
We must.
The combo, yeah.
Yeah, we must take away this Mordekaiser. What I want is for DRX to play the Cloud9 bottom lane. I want to see this Zyra come out in the hands of a team that might be able to pilot a little bit better than Solo One Prince in their attempt. I believe it was Solo One Prince that played it. As Tarek to be paired with this Aphelios.
Yeah, this is very strange. So now you know what the bot lane is exactly.
Ooh,
and again, all that you have to
special.
keep doing is choosing disengage, terrain controllers. All of those things would be very good against Hanwha Life. Camille, not so much. No. Kale.
Is this Kale support?
It might be Kale support.
Camille support? Camille support was a thing when she was first released. I think that was because her numbers were extraordinarily busted.
Yes. So we'll see if this is indeed Kale. Kyle.
I mean, Kale support does something theoretically similar to what the Zillion does, just doesn't revive you, just gives you some invincibility. So maybe Deft is just going to have the best time ever in this lane.
Cube's in a somewhat awkward position here. I mean, Jax is okay. It would be on theme with their team composition, but it would still be very weak.
Feels like a skill matchup still anyway, as Poppy is the consideration. Certainly ruins good old Camille's day.
I mean, the thing about this is Camille, in theory, could still just go support.
Yeah.
And Kale could go top lane, and that would be fine. I mean, Poppy can win the laning phase, but then Kale obviously comes online later. The issue for Hanwha Life is that they seem completely clueless as to what DRX's team composition is trying to do in later stages, and they're just trying to brute force it with the Taric Karma, the shields on wheels, with Aphelios just running straight in, but you have to chew through Azir, Kale, and now Ashe, and Kale ultimate is going to be really strong against Hanwha Life's team composition as well, so it just feels like a massive blunder. They had all the information face up, they disregarded it entirely, and I don't know.
Yeah, Kesman and CV Max looking like they are pretty good friends as they walk on back, but we'll see whether they're going to be as happy once this game is over. I think this is really cool, seeing the Kale support that you've spoken about so many times. I think even when, you know, she was just locked in as an obvious counter matchup top lane into something like an Ornn, it is something that we've spoken about. So good to finally see it here in the LCK. We'll see how Carrier is going to make it work, because so far he's debuted quite a few different champions. In the, he was our first Pyke player for Summer, also playing the Zillion down there. Lots of different pickups here for good old Carrier. Also bringing back the Yuumi on 10-13. Still mixing it up here as we get onto the Rift for game number 2. And there she is.
Yeah.
Good old Kale.
And we'll see what is going to end up happening. Now, when they were playing Kale in solo queue, they were often pairing it with Nocturne for the combo.
Oh, yeah. Would it work as well with the bear?
Yeah. Well, you know what's really funny is Volibear ult and Lulu ult. That's a very funny.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Very funny combo.
That's a very big bear.
That is a very big bear, honestly. You're really very nice.
Do you know what would be cool? If you could cast Wild Growth on
A cartoon
Tibbers.
Volibear skin, where he looks like a toonie.
Oh, yeah.
Very fluffy, very nice.
Is that because of your obsession with Samoyeds? Is that coming out again?
Yes, it is.
I like it a lot.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind some like sort of Yogi Bear style Volibear with like completely redone voice lines, because you know how we've got some skins that are pretty closely matched thematically with some things outside of the IP of League of Legends.
Yep.
I
have a question.
That could be a fun one.
When was the last time a champ came out and it wasn't utilized constantly in pro play? What is the last one? I guess initially Kiana, right?
I guess so. I'm trying to remember.
Mordekaiser rework.
I mean, maybe Kane's like the closest one.
Kane's probably like the legitimate one where he just
I mean,
not
he's been played recently, actually, overseas, just not here in the LCK so much. But was one that sort of struggled to get into pro play too effectively, as Deft is going to walk back into the Dazzle. And Trey's back relatively well here. Both of these lanes with some decent sustain. And we've seen Ashe into the Aphelios quite a few times here in the LCK. This carry's just throwing Qs, having a good time.
Yeah, the base damage on Kale is somewhat nice, and obviously the sustain with her healing. So we have a Paladin in the bot lane versus another Paladin.
Yeah, theoretically a gnome Paladin here on the top side. I think that's an illegal class race combo in World of Warcraft, but QV is going to ignore it.
Is Poppy a Paladin?
I mean, uses a shield.
So do Warriors.
And a mace. And so do Warriors, I guess. But not often maces and shields. You know, that's more of like a healer class type move.
Okay.
You don't often see like a Warrior standing outside of, a couple of swords. I have been playing a lot of Classic recently though, so even if they're a tank, they're using 2 swords.
All right.
Real silly. Shields are for the weak, I think.
I guess she has some, yeah.
I mean, this is Lollipoppy, so it's the Ultra Troll skin coming out from QV.
The cutest Poppy skin is the Santa Poppy.
Yeah?
The Reindeer Poppy. Oh, yeah. That's the best one, I think, in my opinion. It has been a very long time since support Kale.
Wraith played it into SKT's Wolf.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Well,
I haven't thought about Wraith for a really long time.
Yeah.
It was him and Stitch, right?
Yeah.
They subbed in at Worlds 2017.
He ended up just, quitting. It was very strange.
Yeah.
His whole career path, if anyone ended up following it. Not quite sure what exactly happened, but...
Played some Alistair here and there.
Yeah.
He had some decent
He
performances.
had a really good ID. Wraith is a cool ID.
Yeah, it is a very cool ID.
Really sad. He tainted it. This is what ended up happening, because he retired too early, and now if someone picks it up...
Could you imagine if, imagine Wraith and Viper together? Like, they're two, pretty, badass IDs. As Haru's just going to come and interrupt here, as there's the flash out from Carrier. Haru not going to be able to find too much, but Viper does land the Q. Def taken down to about 300. Finds himself the proc on the Gravitum. But flash already down from Carrier. Deft holds on to his, so he's going to be able to still stay up in this lane. Which could help DRX out. Shields coming in. Guardian going to work out here. But still, aggressive moves from Hanwha as they look to get a shove and look for an early recall here at about 5 minutes.
And Viper did the thing again where he starts...
Miru? Okay, Chovy didn't quite have enough for conquering Sand.
Oh, but unlike Cuz in the T1 game, maybe this Wooly Bear could do a...
What is happening?
I'm actually pretty sure Pioshik could have killed Miru. Actually, I'm 100% certain he could have killed Miru.
But
or
you know
at
what he
least
can
got
kill?
the flash. Oh, he can kill the Raptor Camp.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the percentage play right there.
True.
Because it's about winning your matchup, not about getting kills in the mid lane. Don't be silly.
Now, this is a interesting decision by QV. He's insta-shoving out the wave. Gonna end up recalling, even though he is very healthy. So wave's gonna come back into him. Everything's gonna be fine. Hanwha Life, they do get the first strike of the game.
Cloud gonna be the second one. So we'll see whether it's going to be Hanwha getting themselves to a second Drake early in this game. Will certainly help them out, especially considering their composition is going to come online pretty effectively in the later stages. I do want to talk to you about, we talk about Kale as being a hyperscaling champion, right? But in the support role, is it still the same? I
mean, she
doesn't win
really.
a lot.
No, she doesn't scale the way that you would expect her to, and she doesn't get the gold that you would expect her to. I think an interesting thing would be Kale with Senna. That would be a
fasting Kale. That's crazy.
Fasting Kale could be an interesting pairing. It looks like Pioshik down here is about to make some fireworks happen.
Yep, diving in. Yeah, he's going to cancel that turret like you were talking about. Viper, immediate cleanse, but Land's not going to be so lucky. Chovy turns up. There's the flash scoop, and Viper also going to be taken down very low. Crescendum not doing enough at this stage of the game, and that's 2 swift kills here for DRX. Teleport in towards the bottom side as Cuvee, looking for a heroic charge, does get a stun onto Pyosik there. I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough as in goes Doran. It is the Azir falling down, but the Poppy immediately follows, and 1-for-1 is not what they were wanting to utilize. As Deft and Pyosik take the north exit, flash forward from Miru, as the Hextech ultimatum comes down from Doran, just looking to keep Carrier alive. And Haru's going to close the gap onto the Kayle. Deft looking for it as Haru continuing to push forward. Doran gets out with the hook shot, but will still be snared before he gets off the wall, and that's going to be that, as Haru locks down that kill as well. So, evening things out in the end is Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and so Doran tried to save Carrier with the Hextech ultimatum, but in the end, resulted in them both dying. Chovy already back in mid lane. He is getting the shove up immediately. Viper getting some turret plates under his belt, and that was a interesting series of events in terms of the trade.
I mean, it works out very well for Pyosik and Deft. They're both sitting on 1-0-2.
Chovy as well.
Yep.
Very, very powerful reset for him.
But Olaf now is going to be able to hold on to a lot of relevance, especially with Akama in the mid lane. Will mean that he'll have access to those shields and speed boosts much easier than he otherwise would. So Haru might be able to help snowball into a later stage as Pyosik will find Cuvee steps on his buckler, which is quite rude.
Yeah.
No worries. Let's have a look at this one again. Take us through it, LS.
Well, so they go in for the play. It's a really good ultimate by Pyosik. Now, he goes on to Viper. The cleanse comes out. Chovy knows that he can still reach him with the Shurima Shuffle. It almost looked like Lehen was going to be able to get away, but they got the kill. And so this is where things got a little bit weird. They wasted a bit of time killing the minions, but it's not the end of the world. Good ultimate by Cuvee, but he ends up dying. Now, if they all retreat through the left-hand side, rather than going down and south, everyone gets out of the way.
Yeah, it's very weird that they decided to move out of the way. In live, we can see that there was some action happening. Bottom lane, Chovy now, potentially in a bit of trouble, but he's going to shift some sands, get himself out of here. Yep, bottom side of the map, Deft and Carrier. I believe they managed to get at least one of these plates to be given over to them. It might have been that another one went wanting, as Haru's going to be discovered here by Pyosik. Better Olaf going to win out in the trade, as you can see.
Yeah.
Despite being a kill down. Still very similar on items. Cuvee having a good time here towards the top side, but a cull picked up by Doran.
Well.
Olaf's here.
Now, Olaf is around, and I mean, not a whole lot is happening. Rift Herald is on the side of Hanwha Life, but well, big trade actually coming out. Cuvee gets way better end of that. Doran.
Yeah, it's a free heroic charge. Like that one a lot.
Yeah.
And Cuvee, the lone member of Hanwha Life that does have a gold advantage of 100. As Doran's probably going to even that one out pretty swiftly here underneath the turret, unless this turret plate's going to help Cuvee out. Looks like he is going to be able to make that one work, as he does get that turret plate gold. Oh, another heroic charge as Cuvee just grabs the kill for himself. Underneath the turret, steals it away. Just greedy for Doran, looking for that siege minion.
And Doran just, sometimes he does this. Sometimes, you know, he really lives up to the fact that he's a starter item.
He is definitely a starter item.
Doesn't really go the distance, but Rift Herald now, it's going to bring Hanwha Life within 500 gold of DRX, and this is definitely a closer game as the early to mid transition starts taking place than I think anyone probably could have accounted for. So,
oh, Chovy possibly in trouble here as the Emperor's Divide. The Olaf, of course, is going to walk through it. Chovy's just dead. Pyosik will be able to take down the Rift Scuttler, so they'll have vision of Hanwha Life taking the Drake away from them, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about it. Chovy, 20 seconds, and he will have teleport available, but no Emperor's Divide. And Hanwha pretty happy just to keep pushing down the mid lane and take this Drake at the same time.
Yeah. And They're gonna get that dragon. Let's see if Infernal will spawn. No, it's gonna be Mountain.
Yeah, Carrier gets a bit of movement speed for Defton himself. So we'll see whether the volleys are going to be able to land here onto Harmor Life. But they pick up the minion wave. And 2 Drakes, Mountain Soul coming up. And DRX with a very slight gold advantage. But I don't know whether their composition is better as we move later into this game. It is certainly good. But you look at Aphelios, you look at Karma being able to augment all of that damage. Cosmic Radiance is always so strong in the late game. There's another heroic charge.
Yeah, on the
Doran
cannon.
just walks into it.
And so Doran's been denied a couple of cannons by these Poppy stuns. And the Volibear, I mean, he's not really going to be a factor in the later stages.
There's the Dazzle. We've got Draven and Cogmore out from Viper. A lot of extra damage. As Deft still trying to trade back, but cancels a few autos. Really what you want to see. A lot of chakrams built up here by the Aphelios.
Yeah. And Viper and Lahans, they are down in CS department. Obviously very close on plates, not the end of the world. Not sure where Viper's going to go actually with his first item. This will be interesting to see.
Yeah, we saw some of these cute little Vampiric Scepter pickups.
아지라고
Teddy, I
돌려주죠.
believe, was the last one to do it. As Doran, we're just going to watch him die underneath this turret.
Okay.
But no, back to live here as no dazzles to be had. And Cube taxis himself forward with a heroic charge, but he's not going to find the CC on this tower. Very low. Deft actually taking a lot of damage there from Miru. They're just going to brute force this.
Yeah. They're going to give up the turret. And so this is going to be Hanwha Live with the gold advantage at 13.5 minutes right now.
Yeah, first turret blood going over to them. And not a lot more plates that any of the teams are going to be able to pick up, so a lot of extra money going into the hands of Hanwha as Miru's going to turn back up again. There's the flash forward from Haru. Shifting Sands is going to be there for Chovy though. So I don't know whether using your flash that aggressively on Haru's side was really a great idea, but did guarantee the trade of flashes.
Yep.
Oh, this is high value from Doran. If you can get another one within the next 3 seconds, you might be able to. Oh, well,
not
plates
sure.
fall down.
Yeah. Mountain's up in 2.5 minutes. And as everything...
Got it.
He might have, yeah.
Oh, hookshot gets him out of there. A little bit afraid of Fabulous Man himself in the Tarek as he makes his way up. As we're just going to go back to this. Let's have a look at it
아지라고
again.
돌려주죠. Okay.
All right. And not saying anything. Goes in.
잡았고.
Yeah.
Asking where the enemy Volibear was, but
Didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, it didn't really matter on that trade.
Carry is here towards the top side. We'll be able to pick up a little bit of farm here maybe, but no. Cannon Minion's going to soak up a lot of that aggro, and Ash should be able to get there in time. Miru grabs himself a blue buff. This bottom outer turret is very low for Hanwha Life, but not going to be taking too much aggression, as DRX still find themselves with a slight gold advantage. Shirley to be taken, or at least looked at by Hanwha. Deft and Carrier up here towards the top side. Pyoshik looking for position. As Hanwha Life again with really good vision around the objectives that they're looking for. DRX have been falling behind in that department.
And it is definitely interesting. I mean, we have 1 minute until Mountain comes up, and this would be a pretty good timing for DRX to actually fight because they have so much value on the Azir and the Ashe, whereas Aphelios is still waiting on an item completion. Poppy and Camille, even though Cube's been doing really good, Camille's items right now are more valuable, even though it's just the Trinity Force components. Also almost has that call complete. This is a very weird angle for Hanwha Life to try to fight in, and so...
They're also just milling about. You can see Azir has a good time in the mid lane, pushes that wave out, denies a bunch of CS against Miru, and Hanwha Life haven't been able to actually make up their minds on what they're doing here around the Rift Herald. Bleeding a little bit of gold. That's going to extend the lead as Pyoshik even just going to be starting this one off. Only 2 more stacks on the cull as well for Doran. He will get that extra gold. And it's looking okay here for DRX. 1 second. Mountain Drake now live. This Rift Herald's going to be used as a distraction as well. See whether DRX can actually take their first Drake of the game. I think fighting for this one's a really good idea. You want to deny all of those free defensive stats that the Mountain Drake does give you. As Shirley pops down into the mid lane, as Viper's going to turn up. Viper with a level disadvantage at the moment on the Aphelios. Pioshik will make this one a 50-50 as the teleport comes in. Heroic charge to get the Volibear out of this fight. He gets the ultimate from the Kale, though, as now Cosmic Radiant's going to come in. Everyone going to be immune to damage as Pioshik has to ult to get himself out, and the Mountain Drake is secured by Hanwha Life, by Aphelios of all champions. Really well played there by Hanwha just to make the death ball and guarantee that they were going to be able to get that Drake and get out.
Yeah, DRX was very late to the party. And so Hanwha Life, even though they're down 1,000 gold, they pick up that mountain. It's massive for their champions against DRX's. And so the threatening soul point in 4.5 minutes is the closest Hanwha Life probably could ever imagine to come. And so take a look at this action here. Poppy pins Volibear against the wall. They all go in on him. And Kale's ultimate, it doesn't get the kind of value that it would hope for. Chovy can't get into the pit. Ashe gets knocked away. Volibear defensive ultimate. And Mountain Drake just goes over to Hanwha Life. So DRX just very, very slow. And things are looking a little bit weird right now.
I mean, Cuvée is going to be so difficult to kill if they manage to get that Mountain Soul. My god, the Poppy just gets so much value. There's Miru going to help clear out these Krugs. And DRX with a lot of vision on the top side. Minute and a half until Baron spawns for the first time this game. And DRX still sitting there with about 1,000 gold in the lead of Hanwha. But it's starting to feel less and less relevant. I feel like this Poppy's really doing some work. Cuvée back to his old ways in being that tank one trick. And it's working.
And, well...
Oh, frustrating.
Yeah.
This is the cannon minion and the melee. But that's fine. Everyone on DRX are just a bit further ahead than their counterparts.
Yeah, 1,500. But remember, Poppy's items, Karma's items, they're all epic in the sense that... I'm thinking
yeah, the item level's higher.
Yeah, the item levels aren't...
All right, Emperor's Divide does not find Haru, but he's still going to flash as well as using the Ragnarok, which is interesting. Cuvée turns up, and now they're looking to try and corral.
They don't have Doran.
Yeah. The kiting potential of the Ashe, though, will stop Hanwha from being able to close the distance. Viper moves out, and Camille's set to do work here on the bottom side. Is the split push going to work this game, LS? Maybe that's going to be where DRX can make something happen.
You know, one of the most interesting things is one of the techs that you can actually do against split push champions is you can just go third item Warmogs if you're a tank.
Oh yeah, the old Ornn strategy.
Yeah, you walk in front of the wave as it arrives, right just outside the turret range. You kill the whole wave, you let the opponent do 80-90% of your life, and then you walk back onto turret, you go back to full HP.
Yep.
And against almost every split pusher, except for maybe Fiora, who can probably chew through you quick enough while you're trying to do that, you're going to be pretty fine. And so I think it makes split pushers even weaker than what previously they were perceived to be. And so, yeah, I mean, Poppy can absolutely go Warmog as third item. So many champions can. Shen can, Ornn, so many that just hold them down and force them to team fight. And Camille, it's not that she's a weak team fighter, but she doesn't want to be team fighting against this Hanwha Life team comp.
No, this Hanwha comp is very, very adept at getting those fights working, which is why I posed the question. But as we could see, I mean, the Poppy was just walking up to minion waves way ahead of her own wave and happily tanking it up. This feels like Cuvé's in a good position. Trinity Force done for Doran, but defensive stats just a bit more efficient. Does now have a Spectre's Cowl, so building more for the team fight. As we're having a look at the gold difference over time, certainly looking like the Alps at this point.
Yeah.
DRX retain a lead as they've moved up to somewhere near 3,000, sort of just from a few turrets falling down.
I love you, 3,000.
Yeah. Aww.
Yeah, you remember.
It's been a while.
Honestly, I could say that to Valdez. He wouldn't get it. It's like...
No, but I mean, he got something yesterday. What was it? Final Fantasy X references?
Yeah,
I was so proud of him.
Proud of him too.
Oh,
he probably watched a YouTube video, let's be honest. Though, you know, like...
Yeah. Or he only played the re-release that came out on Switch or something like that.
Valdez's idea of excitement is talking about Solitaire.
Hey, I like Solitaire. It's Cube. He likes team fights. He's going to jump in, gets the ulti onto Deft, but Deft gets himself back into position. Haru now just melting and will die before that Cosmic Radiance. Doran as well has the ult through as he decides to start this fight off. The Poppy goes down. Lahan's going to follow. A triple kill already for Chovy, who wants to get the player of the game. Dives on forward, scoops up Viper. Carrier steals the kill away. It's a KS, but not a POG-S. All right, don't you worry about that as DRX now moving towards Mountain Drake and Baron.
Yeah, so they're moving towards Baron. They are allocating 2 members over to the mountain. So they're going to have their cake and eat it too. Miru is maybe going to move over to the Dragon just to scout on it. And I actually think it's so bizarre. I mean, they know about where Karma is, so I guess it's not that bizarre, actually.
I do like that DRX at least took the Drake as well as the Baron.
Yeah.
This is a step up.
Well,
success.
Let's take a look at this fight one more time. So, Dragon's about to start. Cube says, let's do this. Leroy Jenkins right into the enemy team. Loses his bone plating. Haru gets locked up. Doesn't get the Cosmic Radiance to come down onto him. Camille jumps right in, and Aphelios, he hasn't had enough years to grow up yet. So, doesn't quite have all the damage. Switches to Gravitum, tries to lock him down inside a turret range. And then Chovy, with the Shurima Shuffle, able to bring down Viper as well. So, what was looking so good is now looking so bad.
Yeah, it's real rough. I feel like you can't be starting a fight with your Aphelios pre-industrial revolution. You know, you really need to get
really
there.
It really is, yeah.
Otherwise, can't come all steampunk and just destroy you and stuff like that. We just don't have that yet. As DRX now find themselves with a much larger gold advantage. And it's just so strange. They've sort of pulled 7,000 gold out of nowhere. They've taken turrets around the map, I guess, but Hanwha were able to demand some respect. Just hasn't amounted to anything.
Yeah. And I think if this was another team other than DRX from the 3rd Drake point forward, I think Hanwha Life.
Oh, well, we're forcing a fight here as Deft is going to flash aggressively. Arrow is going to land. Immediate cleanse there from Viper, who soaks it. I think intentionally. That was pretty smart, to be honest.
I am taking
Still going to be summoning a spell down.
Some player of the game points from Chovy, though, because this is a perfect Leandri's game for Azir.
Oh, true.
And he doesn't have it.
Might be able to go back and sell all of his items. There's another flash in as they're just trying to force over and over again. Cosmic Radiance, maybe a little bit too early, though, as the Kayle is singled out and destroyed. But is it going to be enough? Yoshik, a really big bear in the back line of Hanwha Life as Chovy. There's the Emperor's Divide. This will be the end of the game, and I have a feeling an Azir player of the game as well, as once again, DRX are looking to be successful against Hanwha Life. I think everyone was expecting this. I wasn't expecting Hanwha to be so competitive in this game, but they were. They were looking better than in game number 1 at least, but it's still the same result. As this Nexus is going to go down, Deft decides to tie to a Fountain Laser because why not? Maybe just to see what the skin looks like. As he heads towards the Death Chamber. But it doesn't matter, gray screen or not, it's still a victory here for DRX. Congratulations all around here as CP Max comes out pretty happily, moving DRX home swiftly after that 2-0.
Yeah. And I mean, it's at this point that we wonder who is going to actually end up getting play of the game. Obviously, I submitted it for Chovy. No questions need to be asked on that.
I mean, you submitted that hours ago.
Yeah, actually, I took a photo before the game was even started with my selection. So that's because I had the leak script. So I knew. That's just
it's your namesake. That's how it's supposed to work. I think the camera guy thinks that it's Pyoshik. I don't know whether the bear was that powerful that game, and I guess the problem is that he's playing Volibear, right? So it's just
yeah, we can't.
Do we do those? Do we do those? What? Oh my!
Oh, the Volibear.
Was that a volley ult?
That was Volibear ult.
That was his Stormbringer.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll bring a storm of player.
I think if he was actually trying to leap from building to building, he would have just fell.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, like that was.
I feel like he actually leapt too far. Maybe that was a Zach cosplay randomly.
Yeah, that was definitely a little interesting. Is that a Zir?
Chovy attempting to shift some sands.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna be it for this series. Hail.
Yeah.
Smacking some people.
Okay, a little bit easier to do, as Deft has just left. I think he's just gone as quickly as possible so he doesn't have to do some shooting arrows. May have done them already in the past. There's Doran. Oh yeah, how are we supposed to do Camille? She doesn't
Doran
use her
actually,
arms.
he's doing the best cosplay, I think, right now. He seems like he's pinned to his chair, much like Poppy was pinning him all game long.
Yeah, poor Cube actually had a pretty good game.
There, you know? I mean, so he's really nailing it.
Absent from the celebration. But still, DRX do end their first round robin with only one loss. It was against KT. And they're going to move to the second round robin in first place as the dust settled. Really nice stuff out of this team.
Yeah.
Harmor Life weren't expected to take them down here, but we'll see whether DRX are going to continue to have a good season here as we move into the next round of matches.
Yeah. And we're going to have to see what round 2 has in store for us when it comes to DRX re-colliding with all the top teams.
Yeah.
They came very close to going perfect in the first round robin. KT foiling it.
Pretty crazy that it was KT that did it as well. Remember, DRX managed to take down Gen.G and T1 very early on in the season. And both of those teams probably looking for some revenge against these young hooligans that play the fast and loose League of Legends. This was Hanwha having a decent start, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, Hanwha Life, I think, like I mentioned, from the game state of Third Dragon, I think against any other, well, not any other, but the majority of other LCK teams, they probably would have won the game, actually. I think they would have been able to convert into Mountain Soul and carry it out. Cube did very good, very surprising in laning phase against Doran here. This was the big blunder. DRX arrived very late to the fight.
Oh, and Doran as well got
Doran
ruined by the steadfast presence out of Cube. Denying entry is something that the Poppy is very, very good at. You saw here, wasn't actually able to do anything because a little bit too far ahead of his team. And Haru dies a little bit off kilter there. One thing that was interesting is I think we saw like 3 arrows or something like that. Just weren't very many arrows that were doing too much here this game.
No, yeah. Not a whole lot was going on.
Quiet gamers. Let's have a listen to the final stages of this one.
올라프 박았다 이거. 뺐어. 볼배 가자. 하나 궁대. 싸움 좋아.
Let's go with Volley Bear. The fight's gonna be good.
싸움 좋아. 앞에.
Go forward.
플래시를 봤어.
Oh my goodness.
다 죽어.
Everyone's dead. Everyone died. Nice.
다 잘했다.
That was
Everyone
the most just chill Emperor's Divide ever out of Chovy, by the way. Just delivers himself and says, oh, mid laner and 80 carry, don't mind if I do.
칼택은 좋다.
Pretty smooth. Didn't look like they were
going home early. It's nice.
yeah, it's the showmaker approach.
뭐하죠?
As
that looks like
was a little bit embarrassed. Yeah, right?
Ooh, what if Ash is Soraka all along?
Ooh, that'd be a cool lane combo.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be that cool if you wanted to have fun against.
Yeah. Tryndamere actually found the unicorn, and then it became Princess Ash.
Ah.
Yeah.
Is that part of the lore? Is that canon?
It is now.
All right, there we go. Confirm it. Lock it in. As Aphelios did do the most damage on his team. Chovy did the most damage in the game, though. That's why he's our player of the game for game number 2. I refuse to look at any of the other votes.
Yeah, you know, he could have gone 0 and 10, and I would have made an argument about how much damage he absorbed.
Yeah, exactly.
Engine, you know. So
I mean, damage taken per minute is a stat that you can be proud of. You know,
honestly.
So yeah, he didn't go 0 and 10 though.
Yeah.
He actually had a pretty decent scoreline. and was able to find team fights that Azir's generally like. And Chovy is not necessarily one of our Azir players. He's more of on the Corki side of that matchup as he picks up a well-deserved player of the game here, moves to 600 points to separate himself from a lot of our other players. Got 9 out of 12 of the votes as well. We didn't even need La Swinger. Everybody else was sold.
Great. Fantastic. 3 sinners, though. 3 heathens. I'm going to have to probably talk to during the break. Need some purification going on here. As...
Oh, what did said jungle, by the way.
You know the funniest thing, right?
What's that?
I don't think him and I have ever agreed.
You don't agree very often.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever agreed.
I remember Wednesday, there was that one, like, absolute...
Yeah, the
real confusing one, right? Yeah. And it was just you and Cloud Templar together. And it was what did there. So Chovy moves up to 2nd place alongside Canna and Beryl. And BDD still out in front on 800. The guy is just smashing player of the game so far for the entirety of 2020. And we'll see whether he can get back-to-back. It is very difficult to do, but Chovy could certainly catch up. You know, we are in the side of the split that belongs to Chovy, right?
Right.
And Keria hasn't been having the phenomenal performances that got him so many at the beginning of this particular season. But now it is time for the interview, so we get to have a chat to both Chovy and Deft about their first round robin victories. So let's throw it over to Brian for the translation.
자, 1라운드 8승 1패. 그리고
You finished up the round 1 with 8-1. Must be very satisfied with your results. How do you feel, Deft?
일단 연습 기간에 제가 조금 아팠어서 걱정을
I was sick
했었는데
during the practice sessions, so I was a bit anxious.
경기 하니까 좀 더 낫는 것 같아서
I think it got much better once I started focusing and playing in matches, so I want to keep this up.
허리가 빨리 나았으면 좋겠고 뭐 잠시 더 말씀 나누도록 하겠습니다.
자, 그러면 your back gets better. Chovy,
점까지 올라왔습니다. POG 한 말씀.
You acquired 600 POG points. How do you feel?
혁경 허리가 아파서 좀 걱정도 했었는데
I was also worried because of Deft's health. However, he performed extraordinarily considering his health, as well as other teammates. So I feel very glad to get the dub here.
디스크 초기 증상이라고 얘기를 들었습니다만
You have the ruptured disc in an early phase in your lumbar.
괜찮은 건가요? 뭐 어떻든가 초기 증상이는 어느 정도의 상태입니까?
How do you feel right now?
증상은 없습니까? 어떤가요?
Does it affect a lot in regards to your place? No, it was very bad a couple of days ago, but it got much better. And also today, I felt a bit ill. However, once I focused into the matches, I was able to get through it.
경기로 넘어가서 1세트.
It's a relieving news to hear.
루시안, 유미.
You guys pulled off Lucian and Yumi in the bot lane from the early phase of the draft. What's your take on Lucian and Yumi? There are other picks that I can use against Ezreal's. However, I felt Lucian is a viable option, and I saw that I have the opportunity to use it, so therefore I picked it.
8일 만에 서포트 KL이 등장을 했잖아요.
So
근데
support
이제
KL
솔랭에서 초비 도란 듀오가
resurfaced
이제
in
KL
48
서폿을
days.
사용하면서 막 사기라고 그렇게 했던 게 화제가 됐었는데
And then
혹시 뭐 초비
it's been
선수가
a headline where
추천해서 하는
KL
건가요?
support
아니면
was
뭐
very
그냥
OP.
원래부터 연습을 하고 있었던 건가요?
Was this something that was recommended, or was this practiced
쓰면 좋을
from
것
the
같아서 해봤는데
start?
제가 그것만 붙잡고 연구할 수 없으니까 이제
No, because I couldn't research that all day, although it seemed very good, so I used it for a while.
좋게 나와서 잘 하길래 대회에서도 꺼낼 수 있었던 것 같아요.
And I think I have got some good results in it through skirmishes, so I was able to pull it off.
제가 옆에서 장난식으로 케일 서포트 사기인데 왜 안 하냐고 계속 뭐라 했더니
I told Kira that KL support is OP, why aren't you using it? And then after a couple of days, he started pulling it off in skirmishes.
상체 3인방이 모두 제압당했는데 그때는 좀 깜짝 놀랐을 것도 같습니다.
No.
어떻습니까, 데프트? 1세트에서.
Hano Life was able to shut down all 3 solo laners. It's been a very heartbreaking moment. How do you guys feel? No, we shouldn't be very proactive in terms of our combats. I think the approach that we took in terms of fighting the team fight was wrong, so we need to clean these up. No, there were moments where you guys were constantly pressuring HLE, and there was one point where everything got completely turned around. So, what was your take on that situation? No, we were on our back foot. However, we knew that we can pull off one opportunity in team fights because our team fight ability is very superior. So we were looking for that opportunity. And once the tides turned around, how did you feel when the enemy champions charged towards you guys? No, when they charged in, I was trying to preserve my flash as long as possible, but I ended up deciding that it's not viable, so therefore I just used flash as well. So you guys are 8-1 thus far. What's your summary on round 1 in general? Looking at the win-loss columns, they may be satisfactory. But if we dissect all the games one by one, then there were definitely games that we could have botched. So I think we got lucky and we caught a break there. Alright, your resolution towards heading into round 2? For round 2?
1라운드 통해서 또 얻은 게 굉장히 많기 때문에
There are a lot of lessons that we learned in round 1, so I hope that the fans can expect more from us, and you guys don't have to worry about my health. I'll take care of it somehow. Sure, the team will take a good care of you as well. Alright, Chovy?
2라운드 준비 잘 해서
I'll prep myself as much as possible for round 2.
경기력을 뽑아낼 수 있게 하겠습니다.
And I hope to delineate a stellar performance as well. Once again, congratulations on getting 8-1 in round 1, and I hope to see more of you guys excel in round 2. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Brian, for the translation of the interview with Chovy and Deft. I'm really glad, you know, your shill gets one, mine gets one. Good old Deft and Chovy coming away with 100 points each after this one. Chovy sitting in 2nd place now, pretty happily. And we'll see whether LS is going to have his dreams come true by the end of the season. But at least DRX's dreams are certainly working out here as they will continue to be in 1st place. We didn't really want to draw too much attention to it, but Humble Life now sitting on 0-9, the only team in the LCK to not pick up a victory in the entirety of the 1st round robin. It's pretty disappointing for Humble Life and Humble Life fans. We'll see whether the 2nd round robin is going to be better to them, because I think they have looked better, I guess, in their more recent matches. A little bit more competitive, one could say. I don't think the Dudu-Cad combo was really working out for them, so maybe it's going to be a better result for them in the 2nd round robin, but probably still not going to be
Probably not. Yeah, it's probably not.
I was trying to find like the silver lining, but I just couldn't find it.
Doing so well in Challengers. I think there's something going on here.
Are they doing well last time?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, shout-outs to Jenna. Hopefully that we can find them in the LCK franchise. And guys, we've got one hell of a break before we come back with our first match of round 2, Damwon versus Afreak. We'll see you there.
그래도 대부분의 캐리형
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS. I know it was a long wait. Many, many years were had between the DRX series and now, but we are finally here, and it's Damwon's turn to impress us up against a more difficult foe in the Afrika Freaks.
And we'll see if Damwon are going to be able to actually outspeed DRX's victory early on tonight, because that's what they've been historically doing for the last couple of weeks. So Afrika, we'll see what they have up their sleeves in terms of resistance. This is a very important win for Afrika if they can manage to get it, because Dynamics and Sandbox right on their tail.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, so very important.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Afrika can do. They have, of course, been quite outspoken, saying that there is a top 5, not a top 4. They haven't really been able to put their money where their mouth is, though. As we have a look at the points of the match, round 2 commences. This is, of course, the first match of the second round robin. And 5th place Afrika needs to stop now. I don't know whether they necessarily need to stop. I think they need to start moving, because getting towards the top is exactly what they need. Rematch in 9 days. And we have to remember, this is a pretty recent matchup where Damwon slaughtered Afrika 2-0, as they have done with the majority of the teams in the LCK.
And I imagine that a similar thing would probably be expected coming into tonight's series, because Afrika has been floundering around a little bit, looking a little off. And Afrika, aka gatekeeper of top teams, is currently 1-8 versus the Big Four and 10-1 versus the East. Can they overcome the biggest obstacle in the Big Four? You know, let's just call it the Elite Four.
Yeah, I think we should probably just call it the Elite Four. I mean, if we're calling them Big Four.
Yeah, someone just tell the Korean casters and analysts what the Elite Four is. Bring them back to their Pokemon days.
Yeah, we need to do that. We need a decent dose of nostalgia and a dose of the English broadcast over on the Korean one, because we talk about Pokemon definitely way too much.
Yeah.
Afrika's Rising Star Fly. Well, I prefer not to talk about it. To be perfectly honest, he's up against Showmaker this game, and it is going to be a very difficult proposition for him to continue rising. So we'll just have to see. First Herald percentage, very high for Damwon, very low for Afrika. And First Dragon, low for both teams. In fact, I feel like First Dragon's low for everyone in the LCK. It's very strange, although there is, of course, someone that takes the First Dragon every game. Just doesn't seem to be a massive priority. Is the gold differences at 25 and 15. I mean, if a team wins the majority of the time, that stat's going to be really big. And if you lose the majority of the time, it's going to be low. But Afrika, for a middle-of-the-pack team, the gold stats shouldn't be this abysmal.
Yeah. This is definitely interesting. And I think that a lot of that comes from their explosiveness, happens mostly in mid-game, so even against middle-of-the-pack teams, they're not necessarily winning super hard.
Yeah.
And then also the types of team compositions that they tend to drop. So, no surprises on the roster.
No, nothing. Just still Keen and Flyer now solo lanes. Spirit, haven't seen Dread all season long.
Yeah.
It's just been Spirit the whole time. Speaking of Poppy from our last series, Spirit could be coming in and busting out some of that. His Poppy jungle has always been impressive. On the other side of the rift, of course, no changes here. Nogari Canyon, Showmaker, Ghost, and Beryl. Beryl been playing fantastically well. Got to do the double check on where Showmaker is as far as solo queue is concerned. I believe, yes, he's still in first and third as far as solo rank.
Not first and second?
No, not first and second. So he's
Why
let
didn't you
it
talk
slip.
about it then?
Yeah, actually, I apologize. Just really embarrassing, really. Forward percentage, 30.5, first in the league, playing the most aggressively.
Yeah.
Understandable here, as Fly has #1 kill participation in mid lane. Just shows that he has been playing a more supportive style. But he has been pushed in lane every single game. He's currently 11th when it comes to forward percentage. The man does not like to leave his tower, by the looks of things.
Yeah, and so we'll see what kind of approach he's going to have here in today's matchup. By the way, it doesn't say LCK first. I'm actually curious, who is LCK first if 76.5% is not good enough?
That's a good point.
That would be pretty interesting.
It's not a stat that's I have handy with me right now. I do have KDA stats, but no one really cares about those.
Yeah,
and Showmaker is winning. As far as that is concerned.
KDA Carl.
Yeah, KDA Carl over here. He's died an average of 1 time per game. Which is not too bad. As there Zephyr is behind his players. See what Beryl and Ghost are going to be playing here today. I've actually really enjoyed Damwon's drafting recently. And I find it so crazy. What has happened, LS? Do you have an idea of what might have happened in, like, the minds of the coaching staff over at Damwon? Because it feels like they've turned things around.
I think a lot of the champions that are coming into the meta changes inside of the jungle is also helping. Ghost is now down there in bottom lane, so Beryl no longer affected by the radiation.
Oh, no. Oh, it's so sad.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens here inside of the draft.
Yep. Ban and pick is upon us here. Afrika will be wearing their correct colors on the blue side. Let's see what they are going to be taking away first. Damwon don't lose when they're on red side, but they have lost, I believe, 4 games. They don't lose when they're on the blue side yet, but they have lost 4 games on red. Set is going to be the first ban. This is a very common one against Damwon especially.
And I wonder if we'll continue to see the carry supports stripped away from... Yeah, there it is. Pantheon, aka Mantheon.
AKA Beryl, because he has certainly been the one finding the most success on this particular pick. We saw it top lane yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
It was very strange. Didn't work, but...
It should have worked.
I know.
That game was over.
That was the Panth Renekton situation, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That was the R5
G.
Renekton. And he won, so R5 Renekton is justified. So,
yeah.
Damwon.
Hopefully we do get another R5 Renekton. I think that would be really, really good here today.
This is my last day.
You need to put in your 2 weeks, remember? Then you'd be stuck. Oh, did you do
V1 Atroxes, yeah.
You did a sneaky 2 weeks notice 2 weeks ago. This is actually your last day. It's like, that's just too many Renekton's.
Yeah.
Keeps confirming your choice. Is Galio going to be taken away as the final ban? A lot left open. Kalista, the only AD carry that has been taken off the board. Twisted Fate left up. Karma left up.
Yeah.
So many things still on the board. Senna available.
And this is going to be interesting with Fly on the Twisted Fate. That stat that we saw where he's normally in the lane always.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be pretty cool to see this. I was watching the LEC hype video that they do every week. I watched it last night on stream very briefly. That is sick.
Yeah? I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you need to see them.
All right, I got to go check it out.
Sick.
Well, maybe if this is a blowout of a game, then I can just watch the video in
That is true. You could do that in the break. The reason I think of it is apparently Caps has a 51.6 out of lane percentage.
That's
for half the time he's not in the lane.
That's more than half the time. That's
yeah, Sly
silly.
doesn't know what's going on.
Well, I mean, he's playing the wrong champion. If he's going to continue that style, as Damwon have decided they don't want to pick a champion. No, there we go. Varus is going to be locked in. As, Spirits, Nidalee. It's the classic Nidalee Twisted Fate. Keep him in place so you can line up the spears.
And this is going to be an interesting combo because the Nidalee is coming in blind. She's coming in very early. The Sylas is obviously a champion that can follow the Twisted Fate with the Destiny Gate.
Yep, which is why it's been picked, sort of in a vacuum, as we like to talk about.
And Varus coming in. So with Twisted Fate, Nidalee, or Ezreal, they're going to have a lot of poke. Wildcard, spears, mystic shots. And they're going to try to win this through a hail of arrows. The problem is that there's not a very big front line right now. And so we'll see how Damwon choose to approach this, as currently Varus is the only standalone. Xin Zhao. Now, he can dog Nidalee down, but no, we're going to get a Rek'Sai.
Right, okay, so Rek'Sai going to be locked in. Now, it's interesting because I actually don't mind the Rek'Sai if it's with a Zoe, but now Zoe's most likely going to be banned away because A, fits very well with a Rek'Sai, and also it's Showmaker. So it might be a bit of a gamble here, but maybe Damwon are hoping that it slips through.
Yeah, I think Sylas is most
he's most likely going mid, never mind.
So Camille now getting banned away. And again, opponents, they're all still poking very well. Damwon's draft here is definitely a little bit peculiar.
Yep. Taking away some of the split pushes as you could expect. A lot of these Twisted Fate compositions do very much like the Camille's.
The Tom ban is really bizarre to me because Tom is very good against poke, or Tom is very weak against poke, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When he is getting thrown so many missiles on such short cooldowns over and over and over, his Devour doesn't matter. Because he's not eating his ally away from anything meaningful.
No R5 Renekton's this game, unfortunately.
R5 Atrox, we can pray.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's the dream. See whether it's still going to be these support bans aimed against Barrel. Bard's still available. Don't know whether it's something they necessarily want to be playing here. Is Morgana going to be taken off the board? Interesting. Now what is Ghost going to take away? Is it going to be a support, just to try and give Noguri as much space as possible there towards the top side? Certainly a possibility, as the Wukong is going to be locked in. So no, Noguri's decided that he wants to be a monkey. Unless that is, like, support Wukong for some reason.
Yeah, and they're reserving their counterpick support for last. Ooh, Alawi.
Wow.
Now, we've seen it by Ixu. Ooh, Fiora now is the one being hovered. Hecarim now, so we're going everywhere. We've gone for some tentacles, a lady that listened to My Chemical Romance and Green Day in high school, and now we get a Spectral Knight, so...
Isn't she French?
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure she'd be listening to French bands. But yes, I imagine Alternative's probably where her head's at. As, yes, the horse is going to be taken away. A little bit of Sleepy Hollow there. And on the other side of the spectrum, the Leona to be brought in for a bit of light. So, Afrika with a lot of poke, but some hard engage options in the Leona and the Hecarim. And that is a Thresh. This is no surprise, really. As Beryl will lock that one away for some extra safety for Ghost.
And so the pivot over to top Hecarim along with the Leona for engage potential, it feels like they're not acknowledging that Damwon have a responsibility to come into them because of the way the team comps are, because Nidalee throwing all the spears, Twisted Fate wildcards, Mystic Shots on Ezreal, they just force Damwon's hand eventually. And Damwon will pull the trigger and run into them. So the Hecarim and the Leona giving them more options doesn't necessarily mean that it's congruent with what ends up happening if the gameplay is even. Because you don't want the two team comps to get separated amongst themselves. We've seen that happen many times in LCK, where the poke champions are left to their own accord.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lot of buffer. So Afrika's team comp, it has a way to suffocate Damwon if they get really ahead. Now they have a way to basically say lights out, in addition to the poke. But if they're behind, these last two picks on B4, B5 can actually cause them a lot of problems.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of like an insurance policy for making sure they have a trigger to pull if they need to keep working on a snowball. But that will require that snowball to get started in one way or another. And there is poke on the other side of the rift as well. I mean, Wukong and Sylas definitely don't have their options, but I mean, Varus by himself is probably enough poke for many teams. And that is assuming, of course, the Ghost has gone for the lethality variety, which I assume he definitely has done in a game like this. And Damwon, a very good team, so we'll see what they have planned to go up against this poke split push type style of composition. Hecarim looking damn cool, as it's like a not quite as spooky Pumpkinhead style of horse. I do really like that skin though.
Yeah,
the Hallows End skin.
I really like it too.
This is this.
My favorite Hecarim is the Air Knight Parsath Hecarim. You know what I'm talking about?
No. What?
Oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh card. It is identical. I'm gonna find it for you.
Yeah, show me that one.
Yeah, I am. Everyone in Twitch chat, YouTube chat, they know exactly what's going on right now.
Nah, I wasn't really up with the Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's fine. Once you see it, you'll understand.
Well, Spirit niddling around as
Tech
oh
Lancer.
yeah! Oh my goodness.
It's identical.
Yeah, no, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's really good.
Huh. Right. Well, I'm glad that I had that little bit of a lesson to start this one off. Showmaker versus Fly. We'll see whether the forward percentage is going to be as high as it has been in the past here for Showmaker, who's now looking to try and start. No, he's just going to get a ward down. But it was just going to get into the enemy jungle. No, walks back into the lane. We'll see how that one is going to turn out as we check in with the bottom side. Mystic and Ben just happily shoving things forward.
And a little bit of poke already coming out by Ghost. I'm really sad they missed out.
Good play. Ooh. Barrels. He's got some skills, gentlemen.
They could have double Dark Starred.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah, missed out. Oh!
Unfortunate. Keen, not going to quite find that particular helicopter.
No, Hecarim, I have realized, is probably insane at cheater recalling, but he's pushing way too fast. So he's pushing 2 waves and then looking to recall. But what item is he getting with just a 2-wave crash? I really don't know. Now he's going to run back up. Cannon's coming in. And so this is a unusual cheater recall timing. Hecarim can get back to the lane very fast. And so now wave 3, 4, 5 comes into Hecarim. He can threaten to freeze. It's very bad for Wukong. So Fly.
All right. Flash comes in, immediate follow there from Canyon, and that's first blood so easily. And maybe another one delivered as Keen is going to come down, has the W. Good slow comes in. But now Keen's teleport is on cooldown.
Yeah.
And he has to babysit the mid lane. It's already a disaster for Afrika.
I think what they have is they send TF top, and the reason for this is because if Hecarim tries to go top at this point, TF comes mid, a lot of CS goes to waste, all of the top wave goes to waste. If you send TF top and keep Hecarim mid, you salvage the situation as much as possible. Now, if this were solo queue and Hecarim stays mid, your mid laner's going to AFK.
Yeah.
So
that's another fantastic play as Spirit dives forward. Immediate flash comes out of Ghost, but Beryl not so lucky. The Ignite, last tick is going to grab him as Ben picks up that kill. And that's going to even things out here. Spirit with a good first gank on the bottom side.
And so they finally manage to get themselves on the board. A lot of action happening here very early on. Twisted Fate leaving at a very bizarre timing. And so he is running back to mid lane, but it was a resetting wave, so it was not super urgent, especially because Sylas wasn't actively in the wave. And so now Wukong is going to be the one who gets the leg up inside of the lane. Doran's Blade and Corrupting Potion for Hecarim.
Yep, we're going to have a look at this one more time as Fly.
So, no matter what, Fly is just standing in the wrong pocket in the lane. He's standing center lane rather than on the right-hand side. And in addition to that, something must have gone wrong 15 seconds before in the laning phase for the lane state to have been in that position. So he really must have messed up on wave 1 and 2. Afrika, they do bite back down in bottom.
Definitely good for the Nidalee, who just wants to go further and further. Sword was the last one to pick up the Hecarim a very long time ago, up against Khan, while he was still here with us in the LCK.
Now we have Khan on.
Yeah, upgrade. Not sure whether that's entirely true. Khan, if anything, was an amazing personality for the LCK.
Yeah, definitely was. Was amongst the 4 big top laners, the other Elite 4.
Yep. But we've had a lot of pretty amazing top laners here in the LCK that have been with us and then left. Thankfully, we still have Smeb of that ilk. But, you know, Marin no longer playing here in the LCK. Impact.
It really feels like
the LCS.
top has become the lane again, where there's such an abundance of players, where middle of the pack is still, like, good.
Yeah.
Whereas other roles are not as fortunate when it comes to that. Like mid lane in particular. You dip below the top 5 or top 4 and things start to get a little bit messy.
There's a bit of a cliff.
Yes.
There. Whereas I feel like top lane, there's always like a big 3. It's weird. Or at least there's Canyon in a pretty decent position as Fly turns up. Has himself a gold card. Canyon wanting to get in there, as you can see. Fly's pretty tanky with his catalyst already completed, so nothing doing there. Storm 1 moved to about a 300 gold lead. Spear is going to miss. Chain Lash, not going to find too much damage here onto Spirit, as Destiny is picked up by Showmaker. Gold card comes out, Showmaker just going to flash to get himself out of the way, flash forward, Lantern is good, just completely denies Spirit and walks out of the way, just casually, of that last spear, and Spirit just completely baited, as you said.
Really wonder what is going on.
Showmaker's here again.
Yeah,
looking for even more after he Destinied forward. Fly now in trouble. Noguri looking for another knockup. Gets it too easily. And then we're all of a sudden 4-1 and Dam1, a Nurse and a Snowball.
Yeah, and so it really looks like, I mean, this is very similar to the previous games. Mystic not going to be able to get there in time to cancel anything. Mountain Drake going to go over to Dam1, and it's a really big dragon for them. Nidalee doesn't get pen. Twisted Fate doesn't get pen. Hecarim doesn't get pen. Ezreal doesn't get pen. These are all champions that have to go out of their way in order to get penetration. So while this is only one Mountain Dragon, it's still going to be effective by the time you reach mid-late game, because some of these champions will build resistances. Ionian boots, by the way, for Showmaker on the Sylas.
Interesting.
As Destiny Gate comes in, gold card really late on the Javelin, and then really good cancel mid-air. Almost as if Showmaker was trying to catch him, you know?
I think
it's
so.
like Simba.
Just going for a bit of that funny business as he teleports immediately to get into this brush over here. Ben unable to find him. It was a decent try, but the abduct lands. It's a very deadly owner, and Dam1 are already thinking of getting the kill onto Fly while this is all happening. Really nice stuff. And there was that interview with Ashley that Noguri did, talking about, you know, Noguri was saying that he doesn't feel like he's on the same page with his team a lot of the time and all this sort of stuff. That looks pretty damn coordinated, actually. So looks like they may have shored some of that up here on the side of Dam1.
Well, I think one of the other things happening right now inside of this game is the manner in which the chaos is unfolding feels very bad for Afreeca, because it feels like things are falling apart pretty much everywhere at once, and it's very demoralizing. So even if it's only a 1,500 gold lead, it's a 1,500 gold lead at 8.5 minutes. And Afreeca's team composition, we mentioned the B4, B5, out of them in the draft phase are very off theme. It's not congruent with what the other champions were trying to achieve. And if they get on the back foot, if they fall behind, it'll end up being very problematic in the later stages of the game. So we'll see what's going to continue to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep some tabs on it. Gold card lands. Showmaker, though, just diving on top of Fly over and over again. Now looking to move over and grab his blue buff. The last one was stolen away by Spirit. Looks like the Rek'Sai is going to be able to help good old Showmaker grab one this time around. A lot of CDR already completed, as you did mention earlier on the Sylas. I think Lucidity's so weird, just because, you know, he's going to be contending with a lot of gold cards, but obviously feels pretty comfortable without quite as much of that tenacity. And you can see it's not affecting his laning phase whatsoever. Still has himself 12 CS in the lead. Ben just waiting off to the side. Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Hasn't really done too much, and it's hard for Leona to do very much outside of all inning.
Yeah, it's difficult for her to find success. And also, I mean, the itemization that Ben went for, too, very cheesy with the Merc Treads boot rush. Actively looking to apply pressure, but again, I mean, Thresh. I mean, we might see Solar Flare into Zenith Blade come out here as an attempt. I mean, yeah, we got a fight up here, though.
Yep, Kane just going to run away. Conqueror procced here by both of our top laners, I believe, in that instance. But Nidalee's still hanging around here, just seeing whether Spirit can get himself into a position to try and actually go for anything. But as you can see, just puts down the Rift Herald. Not going to be able to find a successful gank just yet, as True Shot Barrage is going to pick the gap between the two Dam1 players. I'm going to be poked out of Shelly. She still will grab a couple of plates here for the Afreeca bottom lane before she is sent back to the Void. And Dam1 deal with this minion wave. So CS is going to be about even in bottom lane. Generally a lane that a lot of other teams would like to be winning against Dam1. It's often the concession that is made from this team. Showmaker pushes another wave all the way up to this turret. And with a minute left, Ocean Drake going to be coming up next. And Dam1 move in to grab as much vision around the area as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, things are just going very well for them. Canyon is down a little bit in EXP to Spirit, but that is how the matchup can go sometimes. Also, Warrior Enchant here on Canyon. Some Rek'Sais do the Cinder Hulk still.
Yeah.
Go for the tanky variation, but Canyon's going for the raw on damage. It's going to be Trinity Force, which is very surprising on Wukong because Canyon, if he goes lethality along with Warrior Enchant, because so many champions are squishy on the enemy team, this is one of the cases where Wukong, because he's one of the best Black Cleaver appliers in the game, it could be really good. Here we go, though.
Yep. Destiny Gate towards the top side. Is
red card.
Going to get red carded.
Woo!
Yeah, there we go. And there's the Abduct on to Fly. He's in trouble. Chain Lash is going to connect as Noguri takes a hell of a lot of damage, I believe, from a spear. As Onslaught of Shadows is picked up now from Showmaker. Ghost only going to get slowed by the Solar Flare. Trades it for his Chains of Corruption, but he'll take that. These piercing arrows are starting to hurt. Has himself the Swifty Boots as well. So pretty comfy here towards the bottom side as Canyon turns up, just to try and give him some support. But yeah, that was not quite a blue card, but not great.
Not a gold card either. Honestly, no. I think Fly. I think the silver lining here is we might have identified that he could be colorblind.
There are no silver cards.
Yeah,
can't have that.
But he might have just realized actually live that he's colorblind.
Well,
and so maybe that is the upside here.
I mean, is that ever an upside to find out that you're colorblind?
There's ways to fix it with those glasses now.
Oh, right. Is there like mitigation for colorblindness?
Yeah, those glasses that can help you fix colorblindness. That's kind of cool.
All right, like that. Well, we'll see whether Fly looks into that one. As I was more making a reference to Reginald from back in the day, but it's probably about time he stops copping abuse for that particular blue card. As Keen just trying to defend underneath his turret. Noguri already taking a couple of plates there, but it's been traded back in kind by the Hecarim. And yeah, Noguri's just queuing it over and over again. Showmaker, his hijack was about to run out, so he's just going to use it on the minion wave. That helps clear that one out. We're still sitting at about 2,000 gold in favor of Damwon this game. Infernal Drake going to be the next one, and Damwon have picked up the first two. This decoy does a bit of soaking. Keen just going to be a helicopter horse. On the top side, clear out all the minion waves.
Yeah.
As they close in. So.
And at this point, I mean, in the game, Damwon are just sitting so comfortable. They have 4 minutes until that Infernal comes up. Their champions are all in a really good position to convert into the mid game very well. Hecarim is not getting the kind of advantages you would hope for. A lot of this is the byproduct of that early teleport into mid lane to make up for Fly's sins.
Yep.
And so we'll wait and see if Ezreal can actually have the Mirror Mana come online.
You can see Showmaker already with his Proto Belt, and I think has 30% CDR already completed. His Canyon going to be able to steal away that red. Ben not going to get knocked up. It's a pretty late journey on the Lantern, but still, Damwon going to be absolutely fine. Not sure why they're fighting here towards the river on bottom side, because the Infernal Drake's not up for another 3 minutes' time. But Shirley doesn't really seem to be a priority for either team. As Ghost might be just wanting to crash down onto this turret. Spirit's going to turn up, look to try and deny. But yeah, Primal Surge has to be utilized just to keep Mystic in this lane. These piercing arrows really are starting to hurt, especially with double serrated Dirks now completed for Ghost, Umbral Glaive, and that second serrated now on the way. We'll see whether it's Edge of Night to come in next, which will make him very difficult to gank, because there's a Destiny. This is a hijacked one. This Canyon's going to take up this turret for a moment, and there it is, just to teleport immediately underneath this tower as Ben goes golden straight away.
Yeah,
they just kite it out.
Really surprised by what Damwon is.
Damn, that is a forward, it's a forward percentage style Destiny Gate there as Damwon witness it.
Man.
And they take down the outer turret in the bottom lane. Wow, that is like dipping your little tippy toes into the water and being like, oh, it's a bit cold, but I'm gonna do it anyway, and then you get like ankle deep and start being proud of yourself. It's not great news.
Yeah, that was
Noguri looking for Mystic. Do a fair bit of damage there with his newly completed Trinity Force.
Yep, he does have that. And Hecarim's still waiting to pick his up. So we'll see what ends up happening. Hecarim is down 1,200 gold though to the Wukong. 1.5 minutes until that Infernal comes up, and you take a look at Twisted Fate. I mean, even with his passive, still behind Showmaker right now.
Yeah.
Showmaker does have a kill and 3 assists, so I would hope that he's still behind, but
100% kill participation. Might be able to get ahead of Fly here as Spirit and Ben are moving on in, but Fly is probably going to be dead beforehand. Good stun comes out from the Solar Flare though, as that's an interruption with the Cyclone. Noguri flashes to get himself out of the way as well, and they'll just walk away with the Twisted Fate in hand. Oh my goodness, that Chain Lash really starting to do some damage here from Showmaker. Now that I believe it's maxed out, and in the meantime, Ghost is just shooting this tower with arrows.
I mean, Ghost is actually a ghost in this game, pretty
He's
much.
often a ghost in Dom 1 in general.
But the thing is that he's still more stable, reliable of a bot laner than they used to have inside a nuclear, so...
Ben's dead.
Yeah.
That's my play-by-play. You can keep going. That's a flash forward from Beryl, gets a flash out of Mystic. Good.
Oh, that was your play-by-play?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Let me let me show you.
Flashbox.
Let me show you how the color commentary is done. Right?
Yeah, give it to me.
Right.
I'm looking. Oh, we're gonna get
Hold on.
We do need the replay.
Lots of right clicks by Wukong right now. Ezreal press Q. Right.
Oh, here we are.
Minion.
Take it away. Take it away.
So what's happening here is the Q out of Sylas. Wukong presses the R key. Leona presses the R key. E by Leona. Couple of right clicks. Couple of left clicks. Select the targets.
Yeah.
Couple of flashes being utilized.
But Noguri flashed the pounce, which was actually pretty cool.
There was a lot of right clicks though.
Yeah. Wait for the flashbox.
Yeah.
Flashbox was pretty cool.
Take a look at that.
Ooh, misses the abduct, but doesn't matter.
Lots of button and keyboard presses happening there. You're gonna want to make sure to do that yourself.
Yeah. I try my best to do that as often as I can. We're currently sitting at 6-1. In Dom 1's favor, they will move to Soul Point with this Infernal being taken. Only good Drakes this game. Dom 1 do not subscribe to the School of Cloud. It's not where they're at.
Well, Infernal Soul is going to be lights out if they can end up getting it.
I've got some good news for you.
What?
So Showmaker's still on 100% kill contribution.
Yes.
And look at that cool little...
I see the mask.
Isn't it a beautiful time to be alive?
You
got let down earlier. You got let down because Chovy didn't build it.
Yeah.
But now, Showmaker to the rescue.
It's totally fine. Showmaker is coming in here. I mean, this is why he's rank 1. You know, so... Trying to become a rank... And 3. Now, if he built Morello, he'd probably be maybe 2nd. So not good enough. You know, like...
Needs more Morellos.
Yeah.
Actually, the idea is to have more Oblivion Orbs. But he really has been listening to you because he's been sitting on Stopwatch Fiendish Codex for a really long time as well.
The itemization
so he's been, oh, man.
There it is, the mask.
Amazing.
Finally
Dash cannons, shoes, just a whole lot of CDR. Having a great time here is Showmaker. Currently moving towards the top side, has teleport available. Don't believe he has anything hijacked at the minute as Umbral Glaive. Gonna spot that trap. Canyon now thinking about a dive, possibly. Prey Seeker's going to give away his position. This outer turret is being a little bit pesky for good old Dom 1. Mystic over here does have his transformation on his Muramana. Looking for his Death's Dance as soon as he can get it. Is Canyon back in position once again.
And at this point,
there's Chains of Corruption. Immediate cleanse comes in. Great solar flare onto 2 members as Keen pushes them right back underneath that turret. But the turret is taken down very, very quickly.
Whoa!
Now Damwon having to deal with the rest of Afrika. Flash forward from Canyon. They're looking to try and take down Keen. The abduct is going to land, and Ghost just comes back from what looked like the dead, as Showmaker will just tidy up the rest of these kills. So good in a scrappy skirmish is good old Sylas. And Damwon, they're thinking about Baron.
And yeah, it looks like they are going to go over to Baron. Now, teleport available on Keen as well as Fly. No True Shot Barrage on Ezreal, so no help going to come in there. Here comes the teleport from Twisted Fate. Wild cards. See how many members they can tag. Fly running in with the gold card pre-selected. It's going to fade.
And it doesn't really do too much here as Beryl's going to come in.
Yeah, and he can't actually really do anything. He's playing with fire right now. Scuttle Crab giving Showmaker the boost.
Look at the burn from that Leandries as the thumbs up comes in for that beautiful attempt as the abduct very, very close to snagging Good old Twist of Fate on his way out. Mystic wanting to try and fight here, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to, as Showmaker's just having a really good time running around the Rift. Remaining at 100% kill contribution without a death. The Silas is looking real good this game. Let's have a look at this once again. I mean, the start was good from a free.
Everything. I mean, Spirit is griefing, though. He had Varus dead to rights, and then he would be able to go back over onto the right-hand side. So it's so surprising. Canyon ends up getting the triumph in the middle of this, gets also the Burrow tunnel, so Twisted Fate not able to finish up the kill.
It's a real shame here for Afrika. Was about the best that they possibly had as far as starting off a fight. This Ghost is going to be delivered the blue buff. He's looking for a Mortal Reminder as item number 3, because why not? And yeah, every single fight has just been around Showmaker this game.
Yes, I mean, Showmaker's been putting on a really, really good performance. And in 1 minute, we're going to have the Infernal Soul come up, and this is just looking like it could be a 24, 25-minute end. I mean, you look at the minion waves, and because of the cumulative levels on the side of Damwon, if you add up in all the levels, Damwon's minions are dealing more damage to Afrika's. So the waves, even if they look somewhat favorable for Afrika, will actually still push against them. So this impending Infernal Soul fight is going to actually be a problem because the minion wave should be in close enough proximity to threaten an end, even though the death timers aren't super, super big.
Yeah, so 25 seconds until that Infernal Drake that you were talking about is going to come up as Nogari just playing around, has his decoy available. My god. That is just like 1.5 Qs out of Nogari there. Nimbus Strike plus Q as Showmaker's picked up an Onslaught of Shadows, which is a scary ultimate, especially coming out of a Silas. He doesn't even have a horse, and he just sort of gallops in there and scares everyone.
Yeah.
As Canyon, he's ready to start off this Drake, and immediately they dive on top of it. Sweeper comes in, they will clear out this ward. As Showmaker is going to move out of the way of the Solar Flare pretty nicely. Kingslayer keeps him alive as in goes Canyon. On top of all of the damage that Nogari's already doing, the double knockups. Mystic even just wandering into it. Absolutely not what you want as now Fly. He's putting the thumbs up again, and I think that's because he knows that this game is well and truly over. And Piercing Arrow is going to finish it off. So double kill there for Ghost in the end. Canyon the only casualty. And I don't even know whether Infernal Soul needs to be taken here because Damwon may have just been able to rush down mid and win the game. But they're going to make the percentage play and take the Dragon instead. As we have a look at this team fight one more time.
They're going to take the Infernal Soul, but yeah, well, look at this. So Showmaker gets locked up a little bit. He's holding the Hecarim ultimate, not using it right away. Helping to bring down Keen. Canyon uses the Rek'Sai ultimate, goes into it, ends up being brought down by Mystic, Arrow by Ghost helping there at the very end, and Fly with the spam thumbs up. It
feels a bit like creeping, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does actually. It feels like a very poor taste.
Yeah.
It
not super psyched about it.
I don't know what's comical about getting pile driven inside of the game and being
consistently outplayed as well. So yeah, I don't know about that one either, but Damwon, they have themselves the Infernal Soul. They have 5 times the kills of their opposition. This is very close to a perfect game, only a turret and 3 kills, really. As I believe Spirit did manage to get Shelly as well, so maybe there's that. Mystic trying to stop Showmaker here, but even the Chain Lash is looking frightening. And Solar Flare is going to be picked up here by Showmaker as well. He's just going to abscond his way out. Spirit lying in wait. He is well and truly behind enemy lines right here, even though he's still technically in his own jungle, as that's a Solar Flare from Showmaker, and Chains of Corruption are going to land. More chains, and there is the Piercing Arrow, and Spirit now realizes that he's on the wrong side, and Canyon gets the knock-up. Showmaker's going to find the chains, grabs another kill for himself. Is he still 100% kill contribution? This is silly. 6, 0, and 9. I can't count. No, he's at 15.
Yeah.
So not going to be quite there yet. But still, damn impressive out of the mid laner of Damwon.
Just doing very, very good. I mean, this game is a complete annihilation.
Yeah.
At this point. There's really nothing Afrika should be able to do. It is a 12,000 gold lead with a Mountain, 2 Infernals, and the Soul. Looks like Dom are going to take it super steady, just wait for the Baron in order to end the game. This is one of their longer games, as weird as that is.
I know, right? I'm looking at, like, their average game time is faster than anybody else here in the LCK, actually faster than any LPL teams as well. There's no one under 30 minutes as far as win time, whereas Dom1 win in approximately 29 minutes each time.
바로 쏘면 봐도 돼 여기.
Because we're going to have a look at Showmaker being good.
We can look for it right here. Leona, Leona, Leona.
킬.
Kill.
나이스.
Nice.
니달리 오른쪽. 야 니달리 봐,
Nidalee's on the
니달리 봐.
right. Nidalee, look at Nidalee, look at Nidalee.
굿바이.
Goodbye.
I think we got that one.
Nice. Did you? All right, I was just making sure. You know.
Translate in the English. Perfect.
Beautiful.
I appreciate it, though. All the rest of it, no idea. 12,000 gold, though. What I do know is that Dom1 are going to win this game. I don't think that there is much that Afrika are going to do. And this feels a little bit like you win one game and you're winning both of them. It's just how incredibly dominant Dom1 have been here. The amount of... it's a bit of a soul-crushing loss to lose a game to this extent, right?
Yes.
As Hook not going to quite land there. Mystic not finding the shots. Dom1, like you were talking about, considering just looking for a Baron, as Spirit takes more than half of his health bar from one Q at a Ghost.
Yeah.
Who has another one off cooldown immediately afterwards.
I mean, this is the funny thing, too, is that the Varus nerfs that have been coming in, people are going to over-exaggerate, because very rarely does 2 of his Qs kill you, as it is. Usually he needs 3, and when he needs 3 in mid to late game, the changes don't really do anything in most cases, so...
Well, Destiny comes in, Fly unable to stop anything here as Preyseeker actually does a fair bit of damage, as you can see. Ghost now looking for a flank on the Varus, not something that I was expecting to say here. As Showmaker not quite finding any chains. Ooh, doesn't connect onto Mystic as Nogari's booking it into the back line. This is real scary. Gets the knock up, aims just for Keen to take him out of any sort of engage range. And the Leon is just getting bounced around. Spirit can't find any spears that mean anything as Showmaker's just pulled away the horse. And now Fly is once again running away. And this time doesn't quite have the thumbs up. There it is. Eventually gets there.
I don't know.
As, yeah, we'll cycle some cards. Finds a blue in the end, but the Preyseeker is going to secure it. That's the ace. And that's going to be the game here for Dom1. An absolute shellacking against Afrika. Not exactly the fastest, but there wasn't a time where Afrika really had any control over this game whatsoever.
I think that Afrika was really even with Dom1 during the first 15 seconds of the game where no one needed the fountain. I think that was probably about the closest.
The biggest mistake, I think, was exiting the fountain.
Yeah, I think that might have been it,
Yeah, as Nogari's decoy survives for a very long time. Nogari himself escorts himself to the death realm. As Dom1 will complete Game 1 against Afrika. We expected this one to be a fast one. I wasn't expecting Showmaker to have such an incredible performance on the Silas.
Where does Showmaker stand on the player of the game ranking?
Nowhere near Chovy.
Mid-vote it is.
Yeah. It's been like there's been way too many barrels. Way too many barrels this season. And so you're absolutely safe. I thought you might need a bit of a check-in there.
Yeah, I needed to confirm before.
Put the tick in.
Yeah. The pen to the paper, you know.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Showmaker's he's been robbed more times than he's been pogged. As yeah, I think I don't really want to talk about it, LS, because I just that is the coveted Twist of Fate pick. Gets locked in for first pick, and I don't know.
They seem oddly in high spirits. It's really
maybe it was just a go next type situation. They thought that they just didn't have the draft that they wanted or something.
It seems like Keen's being spoken to first, but I mean, if I'm Keen this game, I'm thinking, can my mid laner not die on wave 2.5 and make me teleport into the lane?
Yeah, right.
That would be my first thought process. That would have been really nice, because Keen actually he did get a cheater off, but it was a very bizarre cheater.
How does Silas do more damage than Poke Varus?
Yeah, that's impressive.
That's really impressive.
Well,
wow.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure.
It was close to a 17,000 gold lead, and the game it didn't get to 30 minutes either. I'm quite impressed. 29-27 there. It's a little bit above their average.
Ah, not impressed.
Yeah, it's pushing it a little bit forward. I mean, ahead by 8 seconds?
Yeah.
That's
tolerable. Yeah,
really.
It really is, honestly.
They're going to have to really push that one up for the next game. They will be on the blue side, 100% win rate side of the map for Damwon. And so maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to pass the test and get a sub 29. That's what I mean, it's not much to ask. They average 29. We need it around about at least 28. Yeah. And that way, Showmaker is going back home, much like he wants to do. And he really took the bull by the horns here in this game. I think it's a guaranteed POG performance. We'll find out after the break whether or not he's going to get it. But yeah, pretty impressive one out of Damwon for game number 1. Let's see whether Afrika are actually going to be able to topple them in game number 2 or whether we are going to have another swift 2-0 for Damwon. They don't know how to win any other way than a 2-0 so far this season. So, I don't know. Maybe the writing's on the wall. We'll have to find out after the break.
으차. 얘네 풀 있어. 으차.
야풀 돌았다.
비밀려고. 으차. 나 바로.
좀 줄래?
빨리 와야 돼. 아 끝났어. 오면 죽여 그냥.
아 탈타고. 아, 아이 방아. 학원이 형 들어가.
돌았어.
들어가.
레오나.
왜 이렇게 안 죽어?
아이.
야 하고나 고고.
정조준 일격.
뭐야? 야 죽여.
아,
야 죽여.
아 타워 쳐줘.
타워.
간다. 죽여. 아.
나 죽었다.
나이스.
캐리어 터비 맞지? H가 계속 때리면 H가 견제가 안 돼요. H가 전원쟁도 KT 가수도 KT 대승 모습이야. 다 죽었습니다. 그렇죠. 왼쪽 오른쪽에 나눠져 있었는데
실드 있어. 가자.
카메. 나이스 끝내.
나이스.
건 맞는데 그게 제일 옵션은 아니거든요. 잘 묶었거든요.
너구리를 얘기하고 있습니다. 너구리가.
카미 등장했어요.
플라이를 먼저 잡아냈습니다.
아니 카밀이 갑자기 왜 여기 있는 카밀 여기 왜 있죠? 네,
잡혔고요.
네, 이거도 아니죠. 아니 와!
요리의 무도. 야, 너구리 정말 카밀이 갑자기.
공격 싸움은 빡셀 것 같고 아니면 미드를 한번 뚫어볼까? 미드 쪽으로?
빼고 지금 안 되고 있는데 그게 그래도 더블 쪽에서 네. 이거 누구 없이 1대1입니다. 1대1. 그런데 빠지고요. 복도 있는데 스킬까지는 복도 누가 한번 차내고요. 그래도 자 구호가 쫓아가면서 한명 강타 땡겨놓고 알다. 위치가 클리드를 중간에 있습니다. 저기 4명이 트레다 본인이 그것까지 볼까요? 또 가요? 다시 실드 이거 위치가 들어갈 수가 있나요? 네, 이게 들어가고 싶어도 위치 마크 됐어요. 위치 마크 돼가지고 사고 꼭 트리플 캐리드가 나를 노렸어? 이장 위치 어둡다를 제대로 보여주고 피하고 스킬 피하고 그러면서 고스 무빙 그렇죠 왼쪽 오른쪽 진짜 고스 무빙이었어요. 고스 이건데 무빙을 끼고 있습니다. 고명수 화살
아 누가 야 살았다 다 빼. 공 못 맞췄다. 야 잠깐 내가 닦을게. 야 잡았어. 야 나이스. 어디리 다치기.
거의 다 먹었습니다. 자 이제 직결 가볼까? 음식부터 케넨이 지지까지 나올까요? 네. 그게 아무리 뭐가 있어야 되거든. 애교가 있어야죠. 이게 안 될 것 같아. 그래도 살리자. 넘어갔습니다. 넘어갔어요 그냥. 근데 고스트가
welcome to the post-game analysis of Game 1 between Damwon Gaming and Africa Freaks. Damwon was able to take Game 1. Damwon aiming for the first spot in the regular season. What did they bring to today's draft? Damwon let TF slip away, and Africa Freaks took it. And Spirit had a very difficult time handling Canyon's Nidalee in their previous matchup. So this time, Spirit took Nidalee to show off what he's got. And also they prepped Hecarim into Wukong. However, there were points where the teleport use was subpar, and that cost him the game. Silas is not that strong of a laning counterpart against TF. However, they used support and top for Africa Freaks to pick over Damwon Gaming. However, their approach wasn't really good, and then in level 3, things started to fall apart. And they actually took a beating when they actually tried to make play here. Fly and Spirit set up a gank at the bot lane. However, Canyon and Showmaker converged promptly, and then this gank was in Banks in the end. However, Africa tried to make play by isolating Showmaker and then getting on top of him. However, Showmaker and Canyon made plays, and then Nidalee was picked off in the end. And Showmaker hijacked TF's ult, and then once they saw the opportunity, Showmaker immediately teleports to the brush, and then they were able to secure additional kills. And when such circumstances hasn't happened, then Africa Freaks would have much more tempo going in their favor. However, once they lost multiple champions in that skirmish, they weren't able to recoup from it. Once again, because Noguri ended up roaming and then going for additional kills, Africa Freaks had to lose all of the tempo that they gained in the early phase of the game. And once again, Noguri was able to pick off Nidalee at TF. Here, as you can see, there's a MIA ping. And instead of taking over the entire top side in Vision, they just converged to the mid lane. Africa was perfectly aware that Damwon champions were in the brush. However, because of the sheer firepower from 3 champions of Damwon Gaming, TF wasn't able to sustain that damage output. And instead of waiting for Nidalee, TF trying to make plays beforehand was the biggest blunder for Fly. And there should have been more interventions from jungler and supporters. However, TF's gold card usage was very premature, and then TF was picked off from the get-go, and that completely dismantled Africa Freaks' plan. And in the end, Damwon was secured the first game, and let's see who's the player of the game. It is Showmaker on his Silas. Another deathless game for him. It's very arduous to maintain such a deathless game. And it's very astounding that he managed to do so with Silas, because Silas has to dive into enemy compositions. Once again, Silas didn't get focus fire down, and then was able to shave down TF, Ezreal, and Hecarim. Pon's opinion in LCK, Showmaker is the best mid available. Probably the trifecta will be Showmaker, Chovy, and BDD. However, his carry potential is extremely high, and also he has shown a lot of consistency.
오공이 이제 계속적으로 개입을 하면서 카밀
And because of Wukong's constant intervention,
이게 원래는 이제 탑이 미아가 되면 그렇게 신경을 많이 안 써요. 어느 정도
They have
시야적인
to-
부분을 채워주겠구나. 근데 오공
they have to take care of the fact that
계속적으로 싸움을 걸기 때문에
when top is MIA, then they don't really pay attention too much. However, Noguri was able to make plays when he was outside of his lane, and then converging to other lanes and making gank plays.
네, 그렇습니다. 이어진 2세트에서도 너구리 선수가 어떤 모습을
Let's see how
보여줄지
Noguri
기대가
can
되고요.
show off
아프리카는
his
과연 가장
potency
담원을
in game
상대로
2,
승리를 이끌어낼 수
or can
있을지 지금
Freaka Freaks rebound in game 2 against Damwon Gaming.
Thank you very much, Brian, for the translation of the analyst desk, and that might be the last time we get to hear said translation until the post-match interview, because it's looking like Damwon are about to secure yet another 2-0. That first game was pretty out of control. Showmaker gets himself a well-deserved player of the game. The fact that that isn't 12 out of 12 boggles my mind. Look, Noguri had a decent game. Why Canyon got a vote, though, is
that one's
beyond me.
Honestly, a little surprising for sure.
I think that's a Wood Did vote again. Another one of them Wood Did votes. We'll have a chat with him on Sunday. Brendan will.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It really, it's
it's a
weird.
bit strange, right? You got an 8-0-11 Silas. No,
That was so,
the
yeah, it
right
was.
side.
I'm so curious about that because the fact that him and I have, I don't think we've ever agreed on the player of the game. I can't think of one across these 5 weeks.
There have been a few unanimous ones, but maybe they've been on days where Wood Did wasn't even here.
That might be true.
It's
yeah.
perplexing.
I think he was on analyst desk on some of those. So.
Well,
anyway,
doesn't actually matter because, of course, you get the same amount of points whether it's unanimous or not. Callista and Karma to be taken away on the blue side. Damwon banning Karma makes a lot of sense. They actually want to have their players on more carry-oriented champions, and you don't want to deal with being up against her, as Twist of Fate is going to be taken off the board. So we're going to have some very different compositions here this game. Let's see what does stay the same. Set was a ban here on a Freaka's side. We'll see whether they continue to ban that one away. Pantheon still available for Beryl. And Galio was actually banned by Damwon. They might choose to ban that one again, because the Volibear is already banned away. But no, it's going to be Ezreal instead.
Ezreal, very good ban. As Set continues to bite the dust, and this means that Pantheon is open.
Pantheon and the Varus, both up and available.
And if you choose Varus, you're beating out basically all the other AD carries. No one really plays MF anymore.
Not really.
And Aphelios and Senna both do lose out to Varus and the themes that he supports, but it looks like Zoe is going to come in here.
I actually like that as a pick away from Fly. They probably assume that Fly is going to go back to some comfort here, and that is the champion that he's had absolutely the most success on recently. So take that away from him, as his choice into it is looking to be the Syndra. Mystic can also play it, of course, but not likely, as we do see the mid laner face up here on the side of Damwon. So we've got both mids locked in very, very early. And Spirit will be able to grab his pick of the litter when it comes to the jungle if he would like to. But instead, it's going to be Mystic's very famous Ashe to be locked in. And what are Damwon going to do in response? Still a fair few of these marksmen available. Only Ezreal and Callista are banned away at this point in time. We could fight arrows with a Varus pick up here. And would suit the composition out of Damwon as well, with the Zoe already being picked up. But nope. It's just going to be the bottom lane locked in as Ghost. Big smile on his face. He gets to be the support here. All aboard the bus, I guess.
Yeah. As Senna Wukong is coming in.
I love this, actually, because Noguri had such a great game on Wukong in Game 1, but now they're flexing the Wukong between bottom lane and top. And you don't necessarily know exactly what's going to happen, as we do once again have the Leona from ban.
Yeah. A little surprising given, again, I mean, Wukong is retaining his flex pick. We'll see where he can end up. But when you pick the Leona, you show your hand on the support, and so Senna could just easily take another support along with her. know what would be really interesting? A fasted Morgana would be pretty interesting.
That would actually be really cool.
That would be very nice. She would have more than enough potency in this game. Black Shield, so much value against Syndra, Ashe, and Leona.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of hard CC.
So, very good for Wukong as well. So, we'll see if that thought process is on their mind or if they're just going to keep going. Mordekaiser banned to keep Afrika honest with the fact that Wukong can get pivoted top lane.
Yep. Jace having to be banned here because Afrika have to assume that anything could be alongside that center. Especially when Beryl has basically pick of the litter when it comes to champions to run alongside her. Tahm Kench still available, Maokai still available. Two very good ones alongside the center that have found success here in the LCK. Not so much over in the LPL. Maokai especially hasn't really worked, as Lee Sin is going to get a respect ban after what Canyon did to Afrika last time these two teams met. That was the Canyon show. He got back-to-back player of the games in that particular series and was absolutely unstoppable. Nidalee still up though, and Damwon take a very long time for this final ban, but in the end it will be Nidalee. Oh, his Spirit just gonna do it. Does deny Wukong pretty effectively.
Yeah, does deny Wukong, but there's still obviously... Oh, no.
Rammus, of course.
Rammus. Now, if there was an Aphelios on the enemy team, that would be pretty interesting. Okay, I don't understand the Trundle.
All right.
Whatsoever. As, I mean, honestly, with this much physical damage, even though you have a Zoe, the opposing team can't really get a lot of magic resistance. I mean, if Canyon wanted to pull out a Karthus or something of that nature, now would be the time to... Not Elise. Evelyn would be good as well. Cool. Warwick, where is he in the alphabet right now? No.
Okay. Oh dear. Well, you win some, you lose some. You know, the Evelyn would have been really cool. We could just lock Pantheon here if Beryl would like to. That will be sending the Wukong top. They could have a full flex and pick something else that could also be fasted. And that's going to be Kennen. So, LS, stay, please. Please.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
We're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so Kenny's locked. That's going to be going into the hands of Noggery. Or we could be fasting a Kenny on the bottom side of the map. Who knows? All sorts of crazy things could happen here as Keen thinking about a Rise. Gives them a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, Rise versus Kennen is pretty okay. But will it be Kennen top or Kennen bottom? I mean, Kennen support would be a very weird one. I feel like this is a very big blunder, especially when the Trundle came in on R4. Morgana, just such insane value.
And we actually see Trundle picked into Olaf all the time.
Yeah, Trundle, historically, his rise to power was also during Olaf's dominance inside of the meta globally, and obviously the Pillar are very good against him because it just interrupts his ability to charge at you. But definitely a bit of lost opportunity for a Karthus spot.
Or even that Evelyn that we were looking at as well. That would have been cool.
Evelyn would have definitely been fine here as well.
Never mind, you know. Sometimes you just have to lock in Olaf. He does have the support of a Senna. At least there's that. So some extra sustain as Canyon is inside a team fight. And this is going to be all about diving on in with the Olaf and the Wukong, with all of the added support coming in from the outside, not to mention Kennen to augment everything. So we'll see whether Damwon can find the flanks and find the team fight engages that they're looking for against all of this hard CC that Afrika has available to them.
Well, we take a look. It's going to be Leona Ashe, Syndra, Trundle, and Rise. And this is much more stable, pretty much across the board. But Damwon with a lot of individual playmaking ability on their side.
Which is something they absolutely love, as Ghost is going to be cantering down the rift here. Mystic didn't take a skin that he could ride a horse with, but it's Project Ash. It's my personal favorite. Like it a lot. Like shooting out drones, you know?
Does she always ride that horse? No, Senna.
Yeah, she rides it when she gets to a certain movement speed level, right?
Is that it? Okay.
I think that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just when you get like the home guard animation. I'm not sure. Because it might be weird if you've like, you somehow manage to build enough movement speed and get enough movement
Yeah, I
speed
mean, that would
you're
be
just always on a horse.
Very cool.
It would be pretty cool. It just makes everyone Hecarim, which is a bit confusing. As Ghost put away that horse so incredibly
Double
quickly.
Scorch, by the way, on the side of Afrika.
That's what we're talking about.
That is...
Need that laning phase, yo. And we got the soccer balls back as well, which is cool.
Yeah.
That good old Brendan was enjoying yesterday.
Yeah, the Besaid.
Mm-hmm.
The Waka girlfriend, wife.
Yep, get to have more Final Fantasy X conversations, I guess.
Perfect. And this is like, what is his name? Rikaru? How do you say it?
I don't know.
Kimari? No? Final Fantasy X? All right, whatever.
Yeah, no, I didn't have a PlayStation.
It's fine.
I apologize. As Ben is going to take a bit of damage here. But yeah, I was actually, that was one where Brendan had it over me. I was a Nintendo boy.
Wow, okay.
So I didn't actually manage to play Final Fantasy.
Ben.
As Ben, yeah, it just takes a bit of a wander. Aftershock is going to be procced here, but they are getting zoned away from the minions.
And this is a little bit rough for Ben. He did take a lot of damage. His cooldowns are going to be down for a little while. You can see Spirit now doing red to red. He places the ward onto the Raptor camp, and Damwon, they don't know about it. So, well, I mean, they do, but...
Yeah, nothing they could really do
Nothing
about
they can really do to prevent this. And a lot of this is due to the bot lane state, as well as mid lane. It's not really possible for anyone to run over and do anything to prevent that trundle, so. Olaf, I mean, he's already cleared 3 camps, so while Spirit does take away the red buff from him, Olaf is still making quick work of things, and this is a mini freeze being threatened. Ben's going to be able to pick up that cannon.
Yep, comes on over and does that. Volley's going to do a fair bit of work, as Nogari and Keen are just throwing abilities at one another. We saw that this is actually Canyon's first Olaf game this season, which I find absolutely incomprehensible, given we are in the League of Olaf here in the LCK. But he has definitely been more often than not on the Trundle side of this particular matchup. So interested to see what Canyon's going to be able to get done here on this Olaf pickup. Mystic taking a bit of damage here from Ghost as the poke is continuing to fly in. They do have the advantage when it comes to sustain, most definitely, as Canyon just going to run on up.
Tagged him!
Yeah, manages to get the undertow. As Nogari just going to tag him.
Yeah.
And moves on back.
Does get the phase rush out of him. Now, interestingly enough, Nogari with the Doran's Blade versus Keen is...
Oh, the wraparound happening once again.
Yeah, we got fights going on everywhere right now. Keen is completely
Yeah, no mana whatsoever, and walks back over the axe is bad news, and that's an easy first blood going over to the Olaf. Really cute wraparound to play some mind games there onto Keen, but Keen's not going to miss out on too much. I think they're going to shove this wave, and he'll probably teleport back towards that turret. Shouldn't miss out on too much CS, so not the end of the world for Afrika.
I mean, in fact, I actually believe that Keen is ahead in the XP of Nuggery, who's going to come in now bottom.
He took a turret shot, has to flash, is now Showmaker looking for more heal. Comes on in as well, as that is a point-blank bubble. And yeah, Nuggery's in here also. He might be dying, but no Ghost with so many heals. And Mystic has to flash to get himself out of the way. Showmaker flashes forward. Good God, okay, this went from 0 to 100 real quick. Now we're 4-0, and Damwon have a 2,000 gold lead.
What is Showmaker's player of the game standing again?
Still not too
right,
far up.
Mark out mid right now. Yeah. All right, perfect. You can put that up there on the desk.
I think probably should have just pre-filled all of them with mid lane, to be honest. As yeah, this was the setup onto Keen. And yeah, I mean, happily tanks up the minions.
It just feels so bizarre. Afrika feel like they're trying to force things just so hard against Damwon. You know, we've said this repeatedly on the desk that they're the team you don't want to try to overly force things with because of their mechanic. Showmaker comes in, picks up the heal, gives it on to Ghost, I believe. Nuggery going in there, tagging Mystic as well. So that way he can apply the damage to all 3 of the targets, manages to get healed and kept alive, and everything is just a disaster. Over 2,000 gold behind right now is Afrika, and we're at 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
4 Darksteel stacks for Zoe. That's really big early on. It's a lot of extra damage that she otherwise shouldn't have, and Spirit
has to
flash away.
Whoa, that bubble was actually pretty close as well. Thankfully for Spirit is not going to connect, but Flash now on cooldown means that he's going to have to be much more careful in this jungle. And Canyon's just been hard shoving as Mystic going to get snagged, but not punished too much. Zerolaf unable to get in here towards the bottom side, but you can see this minion wave is just being well and truly held onto by Damwon. Canyon just busies himself with this Infernal Drake that is going to be the first dragon of the game. Damwon take that at 6.5 minutes in. Could be a pretty swift Dragon Soul once again. Very similar to game number 1 here in this series. Next one going to be a Cloud Drake, as Keen finds a good combo there onto Nogri. But Nogri's going to be absolutely fine. Spirit moves on over, King's Tribute gets him back up to full health. The Trundle hasn't really found too much more to do. It's got some Yasuos being thrown out here by Ghost.
Yeah.
Just egging on the bottom lane of Afrika to try and start something.
And Ben, what are you doing?
That was the Yasuo. The Yasuo came out. The Eclipse trying to do some work, flash forward, and he's just dead. Didn't have flash, remember. That's going to be another snare onto Mystic, and Beryl wants to take some turret shots, but Ghost not going to be able to add too much more damage there. And now we're sitting at 5-0. Afrika looked completely tilted. Spirit, though, is going to be able to get Keen a blue buff. So there's that.
Well, that is going to be, I mean, that's lights out in bottom lane. There's no recovering from this. I mean, Wukong is level 6. Ghost is level 6. Mystic and Ben, they're level 4. They're about to ding 5. But still, I mean, these kind of level gaps in bot lane, so hard to recover from, especially because it's against a kill lane. Now Olaf gonna cancel his recall.
Oh, no, not gonna be heading towards the blue buff.
Wait, what? It's not actually gonna do the blue. They're gonna run for the Rift Herald.
Gotta get in there. I mean, Beryl is level 6. Spirit's only level 5, by the way.
They really want to make this work. Fly is very, very low on mana. Didn't have the threshold onto Olaf, and so Canyon just going to come over here, and with the assistance of Beryl, they're going to capture the Rift Herald. They're going to waste a lot of time of Spirits, who's still level 5. Keen probably just hates everything right now. The entire world is falling down around him.
Yep, 2020 Keen. So basically what he's been dealing with as Ghost is going to move back down towards this bottom lane. They did miss out on a minion wave, so not all great news here for Damwon, but this blue buff should be theirs as well, and Damwon are just... They're snowballing really cleanly, actually. I mean, there's not a lot to talk about when it comes to how Afrika have been playing this one out. It's been pretty disappointing for these guys. However, Damwon are putting on a bit of a masterclass when it comes to getting pressure and continuing to layer it on top of itself.
Yep. And
I think Beryl should be a top laner, by the way.
Yeah, he's basically only been playing. Okay, Cleanse coming out. By Fly.
Yep, next bubble might be a flash. This Ghost just continuing to get more and more of these Qs to land over the top of Mystic. As he's still throwing out these Yasuos. I wonder whether this one will work. Last one was the death of Ben.
And I mean, at this stage of the game, the itemization on the side of Damwon, you have Showmaker with the Merc Tread boots, very valuable against pretty much all of Afrika's champions, and makes it that much harder for Syndra to really do anything. The double Doran's ring is really bizarre because Zoe was obviously just going to be avoiding you inside a laning phase. Ashe and Leona.
Yeah, Mystic going to have to use the flash. That's the snare. Second Cyclone comes forward.
Redemption, huh?
Yeah, that's Showmaker being a good Zoe player. As now Spirit's going to be discovered by Canyon. He's going to have the support of his team first, though. As Ghost's going to tank this one up, finds himself the snare, flashes over. That's a sexy play out of Ghost, actually. And the Wukong's going to grab another kill. Mystic's dead as well, and this is just the Harlem Globetrotters going nuts on Afrika Freaks.
They are styling on them so hard right now. I don't even really know what to say about this.
Well, I'm going to say that it's a perfect game. So far, the Dom one.
This is, it's a massacre. It's what it is, Atlas. This is, trying to think of a comparison that would be very apt, and I can't really think of one to describe this level of destruction. So, we see the trade come out. Ben handshakes the Q and goes for the Zenith Blade. It should have just been the Q and then walk away, because you're never winning the trade. Now, if you were wondering how good is Showmaker at Zoe, he rolled a redemption.
Yeah.
So, that is the stamp of approval that Zoe grants you when she thinks that you're worthy. And then it's just a complete, I don't even know, it's a train wreck, basically, is what's happening. They're just getting completely ran over.
Yep, and Rift Herald goes down in the mid lane, gets even more money for Damwon. As Showmaker is just throwing around flashes here in this mid lane, wanting to pick up as much as he can with his more sparkles. He does have a lot of sparkles available.
Do you remember the 15-minute game where T1 lost?
Yeah, I do.
Every time the game timer gets to 15 minutes, I'm always just in awe at how catastrophically wrong the game must have gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was an example of, Jackie Love absolutely destroying the attempted Sona Tom Kench out of SKT at the time. And it was very depressing for T1 fans and for LCK fans in general. I think it's still the fastest game on record in international players. There's a Cyclone towards the bottom side of the map. Mystic throws out his arrow. Beryl probably bit off more than he could chew, but don't worry, they're so far ahead that it doesn't matter. Canyon holding onto this minion wave as the Piercing Darkness doing so much. Double kill with a Dawning Shadow. And Canyon's still standing there. They've thrown out Angry Bees. Spirit's trying to run away. Ragnarok has been popped, and Fly walking on over with his soccer ball, asking whether any of his teammates are still alive for their pickup game that they've got going on this afternoon.
Keen and Nuggery. No. Yeah, they're playing their own game up there in top lane right now. It is really an island.
Yeah.
It's like the series Lost, you know, no one can really quite locate these two.
Yeah, but I mean, Lost is about like trying to get back from the island. Keen never wants to leave, right? He's seeing what's going on in the rest of the world. Is like, no, no, no.
Oh, look, hold on. Keen came back for a second. He flashed.
He found an opportunity.
Oh, really
that was
good?
cute from Beryl, but it's of course never going to really do anything. As Nuggery's going to grab plates, and that's the perfect game denied. It's still a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
13.5 minutes.
Showmaker at 11 Magi stacks. And so, yeah, we're going to have to report Beryl at the end of this.
Yeah, straight up.
Let's take a look at what happens. I mean, everyone's here. Canyon flanking from the north. And just look at the damage Showmaker is able to dish out. And then goes, taking a page out of Thresh's book.
Damn.
Ends up taking their souls with him. Spirit, the only one remaining, no pun intended there, as he was not long for the world after. Honestly, Fly this game on Syndra is like when the support main gets auto-filled mid and then complains about everything falling apart around them.
Yeah.
As all that they did was wave clear and stay in mid. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's fine, Atlas, it really is.
I didn't see as many thumbs up emotes so far this game. As was that Keen with the happy finger? I like that. Decoy comes in here as that's a Cyclone. Oh, I'm really glad that he left that one towards the back. Allowed Beryl to make sure that he kept himself alive as the snare is going to connect onto Keen, but Ghost going to move out of the way. The overload, and it looks like Afrika are going to be able to successfully disengage 3 versus 2. And because of that, it's just going to be very comfortable for Canyon to move over with Shirley. Not sure why Ghost walked out of the lane, but is going to die, and Afrika get rewarded for staying there, but oh my goodness. Beryl, remember, does not have his ultimate, but Nuggery has his! As the Slicing Maelstrom launches itself into the backline. An easy triple kill as Ben. The fade away. Quadra kill comes out as now Fly. He's going to need to get over here. There's another thumbs up.
Give it to him.
It's 15 minutes.
Oh
my!
I hope
9,000 gold lead.
Everyone in chat is rage facing right now.
We're gonna need that.
Yeah.
Come on, collective. Where is it?
We need the rage faces. How rude is Fly?
Obscene.
Oh man.
17 stacks, by the way, on Showmaker there. As this is the most incredible blowout that we've seen. 3 level advantage for Canyon, by the way. I'm saying by the way a lot, but there's a lot of things to by the way about.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
Well.
Okay, Nogri going to take care of this one. Turret's going to go down there as the Piercing Darkness gets through the structure. And there's the 10,000 gold lead, sub 20 minutes. Okay. It was a Realm Warp. That's what got
Yeah, that's exactly it.
You can't blame him for that one. You know, Realm Warps are cheating.
And I mean, you see the teleports coming in here, and this is one angle. That's Ash's Pikachu.
Oh, heck
is
yeah.
What that is, as Nuggery.
This Pikachu with a light orb. Do you remember that item?
No.
Yeah, it doubled his stats because his stats were terrible. People still wanted to use Pikachu, so they put that item in the game.
Okay.
Yeah. And Nogri, I think, picked one up.
We're not going to talk about that book.
Yeah, well, he's got a Slicing Maelstrom here as Dawning Shadow coming through again. That's a lot of damage as Ben's gone down solo. Spirit's well and truly dead. And Afrika are tilted off the planet. 2 kills. Ben's trying to walk his way out of here as Barrel's just having a good time. We don't want to show that. It's against TOS. We do come back up, though, because we feel like we have to, as that's the double kill for the Wukong.
It's actually 0-0-0. Syndra.
Oh, arrow connected! Oh, Fly was looking to try and add a stat there. May not be the one that he wants in the correct column.
Oh, man.
This game. Dude, 12,000 gold! Shirley's just gonna pull apart the base by herself! Oh my goodness. Okay, Showmaker grabs himself Blade of the Ruin King.
Well, I should just get a Guardian Angel at this point and start running around. Keep spamming thumbs up.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's got so many different thumbs up options as well, by the looks of things. Really has made the most of it, as the Ocean Drake is going to be taken here by Damwon.
Oh, man. Well,
as this is 1 versus 3.
Yeah. So they chained everything together. As Senna Ultimate comes in, Barrel there as well. Redemption again, by the way, for Showmaker.
And for good measure, I don't think Damwon stood in it as well, just to make sure that they were, you know, getting the kill legitimately without having to utilize Zoe Redemptions, which are so busted. Still only 17 stacks, so we're not quite impressed just yet.
Yeah.
To max out that Magi's. Please,
Where's
Showmaker.
Syndra? I mean, this is really the minigame at this point. Is can they kill Syndra? That's the big question. So,
I mean, otherwise they can't complete their collection, you know?
Right. It's the final one.
Did anyone take Eyeball Collection or anything
The one
like
that got away. Oh.
Oh.
See, they're protecting her.
See, yeah, exactly. This is the stat that they really need to hold on to. It's
They need
Fly's
to,
KDA.
You can see, they know about Syndra.
Yeah, well, Canyon's just walking around, having a great time. This game is just super weird. As Showmaker, oh my goodness, he does a lot of damage, but not if he hits the minion wave.
Oh!
The bubble! Oh, collected by the Syndra! That's her first death, and Showmaker puts her in the grave. As that Yuumi face is exactly what I didn't know there was Monka S in League of Legends, but that's 100% the representation and the perfect iteration of what you need to be using at this moment in time. We have not seen a thrashing like this since game 1.
This is I don't even know what
Remember, first place versus last place was the previous series. This is 2nd versus 5th.
Yeah, this is a complete massacre. Someone needs to call it the Geneva Convention.
Janine Convention?
Janine, you
it's
like
just
that?
a lot of people
I
call
can't even
Janine.
speak. No, I went to cough and it was not good timing.
Well, I mean, if you're feeling a little bit unwell, I think the prescription is no more of this series. It's also not working out for Afrika either. As Wukong. Yeah. Bubble not going to connect. Pesky minion wave in the way. His ulti's back available. All of the main ones here for Damwon. Ocean Soul, by the way, is coming up in 2.5 minutes. I guess we do need to do some housekeeping there. Baron's been alive for 6 seconds now.
I really do want to point out, though, that...
나 쓰면 돼, 이거 쓰면 돼. 쓰면 돼.
Yep.
I can bubble on Trundle. That's what he ended up saying. And
야, 신드라 정화 없어. 신드라 정화 없어.
야,
정화 없는데 이거
the minions.
어떻게 맞췄나 이거.
Syndra no
어떻게 맞춘
cleanse.
거지?
How did I land that?
Lol. That's thanks to, I believe, Jason, for a bit of translation there for us. How did I land that lol, is what he said. As Fly stealing things away that are rightfully
Give it back. Rage trade.
Oh, he's running back to him. Oh, that
Yeah.
was so cute. He's like, no, I know who owns me this game. It's
I don't want to
Namon.
be owned by you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
And then the red buff's now thinking as it's rotating around Mystic, I'll be there soon. Don't worry, I'll be there soon.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear. Well, last remaining inhibitor to be taken down is we're going by the book at 21 minutes here into this game. As maybe they were listening to the English broadcast when I was calling them out for not winning in less than 29 minutes. Well, this would be less than 29 minutes.
Yeah.
If they come away with this one. 1 minute until that Ocean Drake, but I don't think that's what's on the mind of Damwon.
At this point, I mean, yeah, there's nothing. There's really nothing to say. I mean, we could just say vanilla ice cream. A fight might start.
Ooh, there we go.
You go ahead. You try.
Yeah, I don't need to, as Beryl's going to take it. And Nagari comes in with his ultimate as well. It doesn't really seem to matter. The rest of Afrika are all scattering. That's a great snare coming out from the center. As at least Fly grabs the kill for himself, but it's a double kill for Ghost. Mystic, he's still got the red buff. Beryl wants to steal it out of the way. And it is going to be his in the end. Actually, I don't know where it went because he died immediately afterwards. That is going to be the Damwon 2-0.
Yeah.
Was a pretty comfortable affair for those guys. As this gentleman that you can see on your screen right here might be able to pick up yet another player of the game. But will also get another early night, which is exactly what Showmaker always looks for.
Yeah.
By the way, you voted twice. I wonder whether we'll get 2 votes. Do you want to put another one up there? We've got a few sheets left. Yeah, it's just...
I think, yeah, I mean, there really wasn't too much that could end up happening this game. This was... I honestly have no idea what's going on. Looking like Nuggery is leaving him hanging.
Yeah, just... here we go. Sorry,
Showmaker.
I'm doing some interior decorating.
Yeah.
A few of those. Yeah, there's not really much to talk about when it comes to this game. As the guys come over to collect our POG vote. And I think he's found more than he was bargaining for.
All right, perfect. They're all mid.
Just
hope he puts in 5 votes.
Gave
for
the
us.
signal. I think he was about to clean up the desk.
Yeah.
No, that's not what we're looking for.
Great.
Yeah.
Well,
that was the most one-sided game we've had all season.
Yes, it was.
And it was between teams in the top 5.
Yeah. And Afrika's still going to be in the top 5 after this.
Yeah.
So, Damwon really cementing something.
Oh.
GG.
G-Sun's not letting me. As we're going to put up the Korean commentators for a second.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, never mind. I'll remove it. Thank you.
Can't believe it.
I wanted to leave the little POG selections there.
It's all your fault.
Well, we're not allowed to have fun.
Yeah.
It's all about seriousness. As we'll see who's going to be able to pick up player of the game for this one. Do you think it is going to be Showmaker? Do you think that's going to be the unanimous call? I think there was some great plays coming out.
Yeah, I think
Ghost,
it's between
Beryl as well,
and I think it's really between Ghost, Canyon, and Showmaker. Obviously, I voted for Showmaker because he just got so many things going. Even though Canyon got the kill on Rise, Nuggery and Keen entered a gentleman's agreement to never fight again. So some pacifism going down there.
Would Showmaker another one for Beryl?
No, don't
think
go
so?
there. No. Showmaker just did so much in this fight.
Oh, he did. And this just like skipping past being full Zoe. It's pretty impressive.
Yep. And then right here, I mean, Beryl, he does get a really good knockup. The bubble is separating them a little bit. They can't walk back up into it. Canyon on the flank, and Thresh lives on. Starting to learn that from him.
Souls claimed as Sad B turns into Angry B very quickly. This Ghost is looking for Spirit. We'll be able to take him down as well, as Canyon's actually rewarded with that kill. This Realm Warp got Afrika their second kill. Tell a lie, that was the second kill.
Double teleport coming in, slicing Maelstrom, doing so much value.
Damn.
And at the end of this, I mean, Afrika, they gave away 4 kills, right?
Maybe it's Noguri.
No. Nope.
I feel like you can give it to anyone.
They're handing it to him. It doesn't count.
Well, that is true. But I mean, couldn't that be? Yeah, I don't know.
Thumbs up by Ben.
Yeah. This was just not close in any way.
No.
It was. I haven't seen a stomp like this in the LCK for a really, really long time.
Let's go!
Get it! That scat of the week was actually pretty impressive out of Fly to deny all of the AoE. But of course, obviously, it was never going to actually amount in a team fight victory.
전멸?
You okay?
전멸 한 개도?
Yeah, Ghost.
전멸 한 개도? 2개? 그말
Ghost just actually died.
아이고. 잘 가요.
Don't know about that one.
Yep.
To be honest. As Showmaker is going to get the most damage in the game. I mean, at least Mystic did put up some numbers here this time around, but as you can see, it is a 22 minutes and 2 seconds stomp, and we call that a shellacking.
Yeah.
And the wise words of good old Spawn back in the OPL, he made sure that he had a definition for a shellacking, and that is a sub 25-minute win.
Okay.
And I think the game before that looked a bit like one of those as well, but this is purely defined and within the limitations of a shellacking. Just in case you guys were wondering.
Well, I hope at least at the very end of this, Damwon, they go back to their team house, they're watching the bottom. I hope they think critically about their 5 deaths here.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they can come back next time with a little bit of a better performance.
Yeah, I wasn't too impressed actually. I feel like if you're gonna go for it, get a perfect game, right? Don't let these deaths go to the wayside.
Ridiculous.
And it might have been that they tilted a little bit when Beryl died on the bottom side of the map to that teleport that was so rudely taken by Keen to maximize his statistics for this game. I actually thought that Keen's rise was okay. It's just unfortunate.
I mean, nothing
the rest
happened.
Of his map was
Everything
falling
was
apart.
On fire everywhere else, so there was no real putting anything out.
Yeah.
And it was like one of the worst kind of fires, you know?
It was a wildfire. And
Yeah.
as an Australian, I know a lot about those. And yes, this was devastating. Absolutely. Anyway, we'll see whether Afrika are going to be able to turn it around. We know that they do have a potential much higher than this, but this is 0-4 against Damwon in the Summer Split, and at least they don't need to worry about facing Damwon again. You know, like, just put that one behind you and move on. And I think that's going to be very important here for Afrika because they don't want to think about today again. That was just not great games. And we saw afterwards, it was again smiles. Like Spirit, I don't think you can ever make him sad. I don't know. I think he's allergic to sadness.
But, I mean, these kind of losses when everything's so jolly and stuff, I don't know. I always talk about this where I don't know how to really react to it because where is it derived from?
And is it like, you know, good to have like good levels of morale even after a loss, or should you be taking it a little bit more seriously?
When it's in this fashion. Okay, Showmaker.
2-0-13. I believe he didn't die at all during this series, so those stats coming back up, and he does once again remain underneath 1 death per game so far this season. As I believe this might have been a closer one. Wow, yeah, there are actually so many votes for so many different players this game.
Wow, so support had 5 votes.
Yeah, so there was 5 votes mid, 5 votes for support, but then the decider votes were for mid lane, I think, coming out of Jonah Strong and our analysts.
No. The decided by casting vote.
Oh, decided by casting vote this time.
Which is very strange because one of the casters voted support, so I don't understand why.
I think maybe it's not casting vote.
Oh, okay.
Right, okay.
Okay, it's just the decider vote. So they give it to Showmaker.
Yeah.
Now, that puts him at 600 points.
So we're not allowed to vote for Showmaker anymore.
We're done.
Throughout the rest of the season.
Right, it's
unless
over.
Chovy can get himself further up there. But we are going to be moving to the interview, so let's have a chat with Showmaker and let's throw it over to Brian.
Congratulations, you reached the 8-win mark. How do you feel?
저희가 이길 때마다 자꾸 2대 0으로 이기려고 하고 있는데
And we try to make as many clean sheet victories as possible, and we were able to achieve our goal today, so I'm glad to do so.
특히 우리 폰, 이 허원석 분석가 애널리스트가 최근에 뭐 다른 선수들도 잘하지만 손꼽히는 선수 중에서도
selected you as one of the most formidable mid laners and complimented a lot about you. It's one of the
제가 사실
symbols in this
프로 하실 때
title. So, what do you think about his opinion? When he was an active player, I lost a lot to him. I looked up to him, and I feel great that a person like Pawn admits that I am capable to shine.
네, 그래서 일단 뭐 1, 2세트 다 어찌 보면
Look deeper into the draft.
플레이적으로 살펴볼 때
Both games were really one-sided. A lot of the critics mentioned about Noguri's plays. He used to be very isolated, oriented in terms of his plays. However, he started to manage to be more of a team player. So, what is your take on that? He tries to take care of us as much as possible and try to be on the same page as with us.
특패 사일러스 구도에 대해서 좀 궁금한 게
I'm curious about the TF Silas landscape.
그냥 어떻게 보면 좀 풀어주면서 사일러스로 바로
It seemed like you guys just intentionally let TF go through and then counterpick Silas into it. Is it because of the matchup itself, or is it just due to your sheer confidence?
그냥 실력 싸움이라고 생각하고
I think it's more of a skill-oriented matchup. I was confident in myself, so I took that matchup. You mentioned about Noguri taking care of the other teammates. The coach was giving him a massage in his head and shoulders. What was the meaning behind that?
그런 건 잘 모르겠고
I'm not entirely sure what was going on there.
그 코치님 마사지를 받으면 되게 기분 좋은 것 같아서
Seems like Noguri always gets in a good mood whenever he receives the massage from the coach, so I think that's why he requested for it. You guys are constantly showing off your high octane pace. This is like one of the most potent teams that we had in a while. What are the differences between you guys and the other counterparts in LCK? We're filled with 5 greedy guys, so we try to acquire as much stuff as possible. And because our jungler is very stellar, so I think we were able to propagate the snowball effectively. You guys mentioned that you guys can't live with staying in deficient status. Does that also affect to your gameplays as well?
돈에 민감해서
We're very sensitive to our bread, and that's why we took a lot of kleptomancies when it was available back in the days. However, kleptomancy is no longer available, so we just try to raid as many enemy jungle camps as possible. It's Noguri's birthday today. Did you guys give a gift to him or say anything? It's his birthday, so we try to get him the paw by helping him out in his lane. However, I wasn't able to do so, so that's quite regrettable. The games didn't really go, wasn't oriented towards the top lane, so that's why. You guys are off to a great start in round 2. Now you guys have to face the Yamato Magic Sandbox. Alright, your resolution for the upcoming series against Sandbox? As you mentioned, the Yamato Cannon Magic, and they're on a hot winning streak. However, so are we, so we're just gonna prep as much as possible, and if we do so, then we'll be able to get the victory over at Sandbox. Alright, congratulations once again, and happy birthday to Noguri as well. So that'll be it. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Brian, as per usual, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Showmaker there once again, who very happily has himself a very quick night and gets to go home plus 14 here for Damwon after only suffering 2 losses, one against DRX and one against Gen G. For that reason, DRX remain in first place. And Sandbox being their next opponent, this could be definitely the biggest test that Yamato faces in this season. Because, of course, Sandbox have already faced Damwon. And, yeah, it was a 2-0, by the way.
Yeah, so, I mean, the thing here is Dynamics can actually now tie Afrika if they win their next series 2-0.
Yep.
And Sandbox, they are clawing up the ladder as well. KT, they are still struggling. Sully One Prince and Hanwha Life, well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's Solo and Prince especially. Sorry, Hanwha Life, those two especially, so they're not having a great time.
And this is a big match tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is huge. KT versus Sandbox, another one that Sandbox might actually be able to put under their belt. Damwon will be waiting after this one for Sandbox, but this might be another opportunity for Yamato Cannon to get his spirits higher as far as his team is concerned. And then T1 versus Gen G, a huge matchup that T1 was able to take in the first round robin, but Gen G since then have looked like the better team. So we'll see whether they are able to turn that one around or whether T1 just seem to have this mental edge over Gen G, and that will continue.
And I mean, that's going to be what the question mostly is. I think that tomorrow's matchup versus KT is going to be really interesting for them. T1 need to show up tomorrow. If they fall to Gen G there, they're going to have a playoff run ahead of them, likely.
And T1 might be able to start a snowball for themselves, but that'll do it for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow from Royal LCK.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever